Good morning. May we request everyone to please stand for the doxology and the singing of the Philippine National Anthem to be led by Sindao Philippines Performing Arts Guild Incorporated.
We pray for blessings. We pray for peace. Comfort for family. Protection while we sleep. We pray for healing, for prosperity. We pray for your mighty hand to ease our suffering. All the while you hear each spoken need, yet love us way too much to give us lesser things. 'Cause what if your blessings come through raindrops? What if your healing comes through tears? What if 1,000 sleepless nights are what it takes to know you're near? What if trials of this life are your mercies in disguise? When friends betray us, when darkness seems to win, we know that pain reminds us heart that this is not a home. What if your blessings come through raindrops? What if your healing comes through tears? What if 1,000 sleepless nights are what it takes to know you're near? What if trials of this life are your mercies in disguise? Perlas na silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pa sisihil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simuyan, sa langit mong bukal. May dilag ang tula at awit sa patlayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdiningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di madidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhatit pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? Is everybody doing well right now? So we are really very happy to see all of you right now here. And I would like to inform everyone this is going to be a very fruitful day. And by the way, I'm Rom Aniceto, one of your hosts for today's special gathering. With me is my ever-dashing co-host, Mr. Arvin Songkog.
Good morning, Rome, and you look very good as always.
Thank you, Arvin.
It's great to share the stage again with you. And wow, what a full house. Aside from everyone here at the Centennial Hall, we're also joined by participants at the Maynila Ballroom.
That's right, Arvin. It's truly heartwarming to see our partners and stakeholders gathered once again for the largest annual event of the Philippine and international ADR community. A time to learn, share, and strengthen our collective commitment to alternative dispute resolution.
Our theme for this year, Talk, Resolve, and Reconnect, Strengthening Relationships Through ADR, reminds us that ADR is not just about resolving disputes, it's about building trust, restoring communication, and reinforcing relationships. And without further ado, distinguished guests, partners, and participants, welcome to the 2025 National Alternative Dispute Resolution Convention.
Well, Arvin, I know everyone is excited to begin this meaningful program. To formally open our convention, let's all welcome the Executive Director 5 of the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution. Let's give a round of applause to Attorney Margaret Riza D. Andaman.
Ang dami ko pong mic, tatlo. Pag hindi niyo pa ako narinig, ewan ko na. Okay. Patay na. Okay. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Una ko na pong binabati si Honorable DOT Secretary, Secretary Frasco. Salamat po sa inyong oras. Of course, nandito din po ang IDP National President, si Attorney Alan Panolong. Napakadami po natin na taga-gobyerno dito. Pwede ko po bang makita sa pagtaas ng kamay, sino po ang galing sa government? Ang dami. I think parang mga 95%, no? Coming from the government. And that's a clear indication that perhaps somehow our efforts in the government has some success. Okay, babatiin ko po si DOT Yusek Tumapat, DOT ASEC Ronald Canopio, Director for NAIG ng DICT, Yusek Abot ng ARTA, nandito din po, si ASEC Aguila ng DISUD, sir, and of course, ang ating mga partners, ang ADR institutions, Professor Civic Society, good morning po and welcome po sa 2025 National ADR Convention. Okay. Imagine a society where lawsuits are considered a failure, where the highest virtue is not to win an argument, but to prevent it. Such a society has existed for thousands of years, where the practice of resolving disputes is not based on law or not based in courts, but rather based on a philosophy, the wisdom of Confucius. In China, this Confucian belief held that harmony is the highest good and that adversarial proceedings destroy it. As early as their Western Zhao dynasty, the role of the mediator was so essential that they institutionalized mediation in their government. Across dynasties and centuries, the preference for dialogue endured. So much so that today, China is a home to about 1 million mediation committees and more than 6 million mediators. In fact, they have more mediators than lawyers. And while we do not have the same staggering statistics, the growth here at home is just as meaningful. In fact, last year, our roster of ADR practitioner was a little over 100. Today, the number has grown to almost 500, a fourfold increase in just 1 year. But beyond the numbers, what truly matters is this: ADR has always been part of who we are as Filipinos, part of our tradition, part of our culture. In the Cordilleras, for example, you might be familiar with the term bodong. It's a sacred pact wherein tribes agree to settle their disputes peacefully. In Cebu, where Sec Frasto came from, the earliest documented act of peaceful negotiation called Sandugo. And in Mindanao, elders convened. They call the councils patarungan. And so since the beginning of time and everywhere in our country, we have turned first to conversation. And this is the heart of alternative dispute resolution. It is not modern invention. It is humanity's oldest instinct to pursue peace at all costs, to seek understanding before judgment. And today is the most perfect moment to live out that message. Today, October 16, the third Thursday of October, we call that the Conflict Resolution Day. And here we celebrate it for the first time this year. We stand shoulder to shoulder with the global movement as we open as well the very first Philippine ADR Week, a celebration of dialogue, peace, and justice. This is also the wisdom we are striving to institutionalize in the OADR. To talk, resolve, and reconnect. The theme of the 2025 National ADR Convention. Sa Tagalog po, mag-usap, lutasin, at mag-ugnay. It is an invitation to recognize that ADR has a permanent place in our laws, in our society, and in our policies. I remind us of our ancient history because right now, our country once again is at a crossroad. Our society is divided by politics. Our economy is uncertain. In times like this, it is easy to believe that conflict defines us, that division is our destiny. But the Filipino story tells otherwise. Time and again, we have proved beyond our difference, beyond power and pride, when titles, positions, and victories fade, what remains is our humanity. And it is that shared humanity that ADR seeks to protect, to restore, and to celebrate. We are one people. Iisa po tayong lahi. We have always known how to come together, to listen and to understand. ADR po is not only about resolving cases. It is about remembering that before we are opponents, we are people. That before we are adversaries, we are fellow Filipinos. We are bound by the same hopes, same fears, and same future. And that future we build will depend on how courageously we choose to talk, resolve, and reconnect. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Happy National ADR Day to all of us.
Thank you very much to our Executive Director 5, Attorney Margaret Riza D. Andaman. Muli po, palakpakan po natin si ED Marge. Maraming salamat all. That's a very inspiring opening remarks. Let's all be courageous to talk, resolve, and reconnect. All right, so now we would like to introduce to you our honorable keynote speaker and guest of honor, and she will be introduced by Undersecretary Shalimar Hofer Tamano of the Department of Tourism.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce a leader whose vision, compassion, and innovation have transformed Philippine tourism into a powerful engine of inclusive growth, one that uplifts livelihoods, sustains communities, and celebrates the Filipino spirit. A graduate of the Ateneo Law School, she built a distinguished legal career in litigation and international arbitration, and later served as a professor of international law. Her calling to public service began in her home province of Cebu, where she was elected for 3 consecutive terms as mayor of Liloan. Through her visionary and people-centered governance, Liloan became a model of innovation, resilience, and good governance, earning her the Presidential Lingkod Bayan Regional Award for exemplary service. Drawing from this grassroots experience in local governance, she brings to national leadership a hands-on and community-based approach that ensures development reaches even the most remote destinations in the country. As Secretary of Tourism, she has gone beyond promotions to advance a pragmatic vision for tourism, one that focuses on the fundamentals of infrastructure, connectivity, diversification, and the welfare of tourism frontliners, recognizing that these are the true foundations of sustainable growth. Under her leadership, the Philippines recorded historic tourism revenues in 2024, supporting nearly 7 million tourism-related jobs across the country. She has been a tireless advocate for tourism infrastructure, leading to the establishment of tourist rest areas nationwide and strengthening access to destinations that bring opportunities closer to local communities. She has also championed the Filipino brand of service excellence, empowering hundreds of thousands of tourism workers and celebrating Filipino culture and identity as the heart of our national tourism brand. A mother of 4 and a lieutenant colonel in the Philippine Army Reserve, she exemplifies both strength and compassion, qualities that define her leadership and drive her mission to bring progress to every Filipino community. Her tireless stewardship of the tourism industry has earned her multiple international honors, including Transformational Leader Award in Tourism Governance from the World Tourism Travel Awards, the SCAL Tourism Award for Good Governance, the Excellence in Sustainable Leadership Award at the ACG Global Awards, and the recognition as Asia's influential visionary in Philippine tourism at the Asia's Influential Leader Awards. Through her grounded leadership and enduring dedication to every Filipino whose livelihood depends on tourism, she continues to drive the industry forward, making tourism a true catalyst of economic empowerment and shared progress. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary of Tourism of the Republic of the Philippines, Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco.
Hello, kamusta? Maradyaw karadyaw, maayong adlaw, naibagaal ka. Hello, kamusta? Maradyaw karadyaw, maayong adlaw, naibagaal.
Hindi pa nag-breakfast yung microphone ko. Good morning, everyone. Maayong buntag kaninyong tanan. First, I'd like to greet the tireless and indefatigable Executive Director of the Office of Alternative Dispute Resolution, Attorney Margaret Riza D. Andaman. Deputy Executive Director Krista Jem Santos, and the other officials of the ADR. National President and Chairman of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, Attorney Alan G. Panolong. Undersecretary Shalimar Hofer Tamano and other officials of the Department of Tourism. Undersecretaries and assistant secretaries and directors and other officials of national and local government agencies, partner institutions, speakers, and participants of the National Alternative Dispute Resolution Convention, my fellow workers in government, our friends from the media, mga kaigsuunan kong Pilipino, mayong buntag. It is a pleasure and an honor to join all of you at this National Alternative Dispute Resolution Convention. On behalf of the Department of Tourism, I extend my deepest gratitude to Executive Director Attorney Margaret Riza Andaman and the entire OADR family for organizing this most important and timely gathering, as well as for your steadfast commitment to fairness, justice, and dialogue across our nation. This year's theme, Talk, Resolve, and Reconnect, captures what our country needs most in these complex times. In this climate where disagreements can easily harden into deep divisions, ADR reminds us that real progress is achieved not through discord, but through understanding. Not by speaking over one another, but by engaging each other with respect, patience, and empathy. Before I entered public service, I practiced law, including international arbitration and local arbitration. I had the privilege of appearing before our local arbitrators, as well as the International Chamber of Commerce. That experience taught me that the most effective resolutions are not necessarily those that result or adjudicate victory, but those that achieve equity and restore trust. The true purpose of alternative dispute resolution, and indeed of justice, is not only to settle disputes, but to rebuild confidence in systems, in institutions, and in our communities. As I transitioned into public service, I carried with me that same conviction, that governance must always begin and end with people-to-people relations. True governance is rooted in the grassroots and grounded in community, necessitating that we listen to those whose voices are often unheard, understanding the realities on the ground, and crafting solutions that respond to genuine human needs. This approach has guided my work in local government and continues to shape our vision at the Department of Tourism. Because after all, true progress is not accomplished from the top down, but from the ground up, through collaboration, compassion, and connection. That same principle guides our work at the Department of Tourism. Because at its heart, tourism is about people. The travelers discovering our country, the communities that welcome them,
and the workers whose livelihoods depend on every single positive encounter. Tourism, like justice, is built on trust. Trust in people, in fairness, and in the values that bind us together as a nation. When those encounters among tourists and our local communities go well, they ripple outward into jobs, pride, and opportunity. But when conflicts are left unresolved, the damage reaches far beyond a single complaint. It touches our reputation, our communities, and the well-being of Filipino families whose lives are tied to the tourism industry. This is why the partnership that we are forging with the Office of Alternative Dispute Resolution is so vital. Together, we will work to establish tourism mediation and assistance centers across our destinations in order to provide safe, accessible, and reliable spaces where concerns of our tourists can be heard promptly and resolved fairly and hopefully in the fastest time possible. Fairness must not only be promised to our tourists, it must be practiced and felt by every person who visits as well as serves our nation. These centers will embody our shared belief that fairness is not an afterthought in tourism, and rather a cornerstone of the visitor experience. This initiative is fully aligned with the National Tourism Development Plan approved by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., which prioritizes enhancing the overall travel experience. Because every positive experience creates a story that is told and retold, each one shaping how the world sees the Philippines. When visitors feel welcomed and respected, they do not just return, they recommend, they invest, and they become part of our nation's success story. After all, every satisfied visitor is a storyteller for the Philippines. Complementing this is our Filipino Brand of Excellence Service Program, a nationwide effort that instills not only service competence, but the Filipino way of care, a strong sense of community, a sense of family, and integrity. We teach our tourism frontliners that excellence begins with empathy, and that the true mark of hospitality is to make every guest feel that they belong. That same value system lies at the heart of alternative dispute resolution. Because whether we are resolving disputes or welcoming visitors, we are called to listen, to understand, and to act with fairness. And the results speak for themselves. In the tourism industry, we are seeing longer stays and repeat visits, proof that when visitors experience genuine care, they choose to return, not only for our destinations, but for our people. And as we strengthen these systems, let us also remember the power of our collective voice in our nation. In this age of instant communication, every word that we share about our country contributes to its image. And therefore, as we choose to speak the truth, let us also speak with Filipino pride and with the confidence that while challenges and complexities do exist, so does the tireless work of millions of Filipinos striving every day to uplift our nation. To speak of the Philippines with hope is not to deny its challenges, but rather an affirmation of its strength and its potential to propel our people forward. And so when we tell the story of the Philippines with hope and honesty, we help sustain the very livelihoods we seek to protect. To all of our mediators, arbitrators, and public servants who are here, you are the quiet custodians of peace in our country. Each time you bring people together, you strengthen the foundation of trust in our communities. For in every successful mediation or arbitration, we do more than resolve a dispute, we restore faith in one another. In these uncertain times, may this convention remind all of us
that the Philippines can find its greatest strength in unity, in our commitment to fairness, compassion, and the common good. Because when we choose dialogue over division and integrity over indifference, we honor not only our profession, but our country. Let this convention stand as a testament to what we can achieve together through dialogue and the values that strengthen not only alternative dispute resolution, but also the very foundation of Philippine tourism and nation building. Maraming salamat, daghan kayong salamat kaninyong tanan, ug mayong buntag.
Love is everywhere. There is a place.
Thank you very much, Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco, for your inspiring message. May we invite ED Andaman on stage to present the token and certificate of appreciation to Secretary Frasco.
Love is everywhere. All around the Philippines. Love in our smiles. This place holds the key to the magic. You and me, hand in hand, walk through the city streets, dance on golden sand.
Another round of applause for Secretary Frasco. Thank you once again, Secretary Frasco. The OADR looks forward to working closely with the Department of Tourism in promoting ADR initiatives that strengthen harmony and cooperation across sectors. And of course, thank you to our dynamic Executive Director for opening this event with such purpose and vision. Arvin, let me tell you this. Let me ask you, have you been to the airport lately?
Well, not recently. Why?
Well, you'll be glad to know that the OADR can now be seen in our airports through the Island Living channel. That's how dedicated Executive Director Andaman is in promoting not only the beauty of the Philippines, but also the values of peace and dialogue through ADR. That's why OADR continues to strengthen its promotional efforts. After all, one of our main roles is to promote ADR, and just like the Department of Tourism, OADR seeks to promote our country as a peace-loving nation, supporting every sector of our society. Now, while we're waiting for the stage to be set for the next part of our program, I believe it's the perfect time to once again recognize all the participants who joined us today.
As we call your agencies, please stand so we may acknowledge you. But first, let's see the people in the Maynila Ballroom.
Yes, we have people in Maynila Ballroom. There you go. I hope they will be waving
Can
on
you
us.
please wave? Kaway-kaway po.
There you go.
Yeah, very good.
Maybe your colleagues are there during the networking activity. You can visit them.
So now let us call one by one the agencies here and to acknowledge them. First is the Anti-Red Tape Authority, headed by Undersecretary Hineses R. Abot, together with Director Leonardo O. Tapia.
May we request to stand up, please? Let's give them a big, big hand. Let's call on Construction Industry Arbitration Commission, led by Executive Director Jerome A. Matas.
Now the Dangerous Drugs Board, headed by Assistant Secretary, Deputy Executive Director for Administration, Maria Victoria C. Sorner.
Let's call on the Department of Agrarian Reform, led by Director 4 of the Legal Service and OIC Regional Director of Region 3, Attorney Eric Francis G. Luna.
For the Department of Agriculture, headed by Assistant Secretary Willie Ann M. Angsi and Director Attorney 5, Attorney Abraham P. Giel.
Next is Department of Economy, Planning and Development, headed by Undersecretary Glenda R. Rumor and Director 4, Angelica S. Vertuzazo Rios.
For the Department of Health, headed by Assistant Secretary Frances May Cheryl K. Ontalan.
Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, with Undersecretary Ramon Quintin Claudio C. Aliado, Undersecretary Odilon L. Pasaraba, Undersecretary Sharon Faith S. Pakis, and Assistant Secretary Angelito F. Aguila.
For the Department of Information and Communications Technology, headed by Director 4, Maria Cristina V. Abalos Naik.
Development Academy of the Philippines, headed by Vice President for Corporate Affairs, June Arvin C. Godoy.
For the Institute for Labor Studies, headed by OIC Deputy Executive Director, Chief Labor and Employment Officer, Mira Luna S. Takadao.
Let's give a round of applause to Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, Acting Director General Nathaniel S. Arevalo.
For the Land Bank Countryside Development Foundation Incorporated, headed by Deputy Executive Director Alfred Lindsay C. Mapilisan.
From Mindanao Development Authority, Director for Investment Promotions and Public Affairs Office, designated HRMDU Head, Rodrigo B. Gidocos.
For the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, headed by History Researcher 2, NHCPEA President, Juvelin D. Nieves.
Let's give another round of applause to National Power Corporation, with Vice President for Administration and Finance, Crisanto V. Hilario.
For the National Wages and Productivity Commission, headed by Executive Director 4, Maria Criselda R.C., together with Director 2, Grace N. Manaay Badilla.
Nayong Filipino Foundation, with Deputy Executive Director Joyce Ann A. Caigas.
For the Office of Civil Defense, the OIC Director, Legal and Legislative Office, OIC Director, Rehabilitation and Recovery Management System, Rafael Romualdo F. Recalde.
From the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, Government Corporate Attorney 3, Attorney Francis Julius Romeo D. Del Valle.
For the Office of the Solicitor General, State Solicitor, Attorney Maria Luisa Dominic D. Mauricio.
Everybody, let's give a round of applause to all of the people here. Probably we haven't mentioned some of your agencies, but wow, we are fascinated, right, Arvin?
Yes,
we have a lot of guests today.
But Rome, at this point, we move to a special highlight of today's event, the signing of the Memorandum of Agreement between the OADR and our new partners. First, we will witness the signing between the Department of Tourism and the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution. May we invite on stage Undersecretary Shalimar Hofer Tamano, the Department of Tourism, Deputy Executive Director Krista Jem Mercado Santos of the OADR, Attorney Margaret Riza D. Andaman, Executive Director 5 of the OADR, and Secretary of the Department of Tourism, Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco.
Now, may we invite our signatories to kindly stand up and hold their MOA for a photo op. Let's give them a big, big hand. Okay, may we also request our signatories to kindly go down the stage and facing our stage together with the participants. We're going to be having a photo opportunity. May we request everyone to kindly stand up and join us in the photo op downstairs po, ma'am. Let's all face the stage for the photo opportunity. Let's try to move a little bit closer so that everyone will be able to be captured by our photographer. Once again, may we invite the other participants at the back, please, to kindly move a little bit, a little closer, so that everyone will be able to be captured by our photographer. Thank you. From this side and the other side, please. You can move at the back, please. Once again, kindly move a little bit in the middle, please. Okay, we will be requesting everyone to do the love sign. And can everyone do the love sign, please? The heart sign, please. There you go. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, everyone, let's give another round of applause to the Department of Tourism Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco. Maraming salamat po. You may now go back to your seats. Thank you for doing the love sign with us. Arvin, I'm so glad with these participants right now. They're very, very cooperative and participative. Thank you once again because you have done the love sign with us. But I think, Arvin, OADR is indeed for everyone. It reaches across sectors, just like our next partner organization, the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, or IBP.
At this juncture, may we now invite on stage Director Zenith J. Europa, Director 3 for Compliance, Policy Compliance and Monitoring Service of the OADR. Next is Attorney Patrick M. Velez, National Executive Director of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. And again, we call on stage Attorney Margaret Riza D. Andaman, Executive Director 5 of the OADR. Last but not the least, Attorney Alan G. Panolong, President and Chairperson of the Board of Governors, Integrated Bar of the Philippines.
May we now invite our signatories to kindly stand up and hold your MOA for a photo opportunity. Once again, let's give them a round of applause.
And now to deliver a message of support from the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, may we call on Attorney Alan Panolo.
My courtesies and respects to all the dignitaries, led by Honorable Cristina Garcia Frasco, Secretary of the Department of Tourism, Under Secretary Shalimar Hofer Tamano, incidentally my neighbor, our hardworking and dedicated Executive Director of the Office of the Alternative Dispute Resolution, Attorney Margaret Riza Andaman. Congratulations. To our IBP family, the Board of Governors led by our Executive Vice President and at the same time the Governor for Bicolandia region, Attorney Randall Tabayoyong. Our Governor for Southern Luzon region, Attorney Thaddeus Venturanza. Our Governor for Central Luzon region, Attorney Dick Fernandez. Our Governor for Greater Manila region, Attorney Maria Elen Francisco. Our Governor for Western Mindanao, Attorney Quirino Isguera Jr. Our national officers, National Executive Director, Attorney Patrick Velez. National Secretary, Attorney Stephanie Arevalo. Our National Director for Alternative Dispute Resolution, Attorney Ian Malilong. Our National Director for Operations, Attorney Claire Hernandez, and Deputy Director for Operations, Attorney Ana Padua. Senior officials from the different national and local offices, our members in the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, to our media, friends, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Maayong buntag kaninyong tanan. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Good morning to everyone. As a partner of the Office of the Alternative Dispute Resolution, I join in saluting National Alternative Dispute Resolution Week with a message rooted in collaboration, clarity, and conviction. This year's theme, Talk, Resolve, Reconnect, Strengthening Relationships Through ADR, remains a powerful reminder that the work of ADR is not merely about settling disputes, but about rebuilding trust, fostering dignity, and renewing communities through principled, people-centered processes. ADR is a bridge builder between formal adjudication and restorative, accessible justice. It offers timely, cost-effective avenues that honor parties' autonomy while preserving the integrity of the rule of law. As partners, we recognize that the strength of ADR lies in its people, the dedicated staff who steward processes, the mediators, conciliators, and arbitrators who guide conversations with fairness, and the legal professionals who champion equitable outcomes. Together, we demonstrate that justice can be practical, responsive, and humane. A cornerstone of our shared agenda is the Memorandum of Agreement that you recently witnessed, that we signed between the Office of the OADR and the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. This landmark collaboration promises to broaden the reach and impact of ADR by equipping more lawyers to serve as arbitrators. By expanding the pool of trained, ethical, and capable neutrals, we enhance access to justice for individuals and small businesses, especially in regions where litigation is burdensome or inaccessible. As partners, we ensure that the MOA translates into sustained training, rigorous standards, and ongoing professional development that reinforce public trust in arbitration. Our collaboration reflects a mutual commitment to upholding the rule of law and advancing fair, affordable resolution of disputes. The IBP's leadership in continuing legal education, professional accountability, and public service provides a sturdy foundation for this work. Our advocacy for ethical conduct and transparent processes helps safeguard the impartiality and credibility of arbitration. By aligning our strengths, we create a robust ecosystem where arbitrators are not only technically proficient, but also deeply committed to accessible justice. The MOA emphasizes training lawyers to become arbitrators for several practical reasons. It expands access to timely dispute resolution by increasing the number of qualified arbitrators nationwide. It elevates the consistency and quality of ADR outcomes through standardized training, ethical guidelines, and ongoing mentorship. And it fosters a culture of voluntary, participatory dispute resolution, encouraging clients to consider collaborative approaches before disputes escalate, with counsel guiding them toward constructive settlements. The IBP's role in upholding the rule of law extends beyond advocacy and litigation. Its involvement in ADR education, mentorship, and advocacy for fair processes embeds a culture of lawful resolution across sectors, from small businesses and farmers to workers and families. This sustained investment in justice signals a shared belief that ADR is not a secondary option, but a central pathway to durable, peaceful resolutions. In practice, our partnership will be tailored to regional realities. We envision localized trainings that honor language, cultural nuances, and mark context, ensuring ADR skills reach underserved areas. We will uphold ethical practice, transparency, confidentiality, avoidance of conflicts of interest, and respect for all participants. Public awareness campaigns will illuminate ADR options, helping citizens recognize when mediation, conciliation, or arbitration offers feasible, fair, and timely outcomes. As we observe ADR Week, I am reminded of the resilience of the communities we serve and the colleagues who work tirelessly behind the scenes to improve access to justice. I reaffirm our pledge to the principles that bind us: integrity, service, and unwavering respect for the rule of law. Justice is not a distant deal. It is an attainable standard realized through dialogue, thoughtful negotiation, and principled adjudication. To the men and women of the ADR, arbitrators, mediators, and of course to our members of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, thank you for your collaboration, expertise, and steadfast dedication to fairness. Our partnership lights a path to a more harmonious society. May this National ADR Week renew trust, broaden access to justice, and deepen the connections within our legal community with the public we serve. Together, talk, resolve, reconnect. Together, we strengthen relationships through ADR. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Again, my warmest congratulations to the OADR. Serve the country. Hail the IBP. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Attorney Alan Panolong, for your message of support. And what an exciting start, Rome, to our convention. Truly, OADR continues to build bridges through partnerships with government and the private sector.
Exactly, Arvin. And today is even more special because we are celebrating Conflict Resolution Day, a global recognition of the importance of peaceful dispute resolution. From now on, every third Thursday of October will be remembered as the day of the National ADR Convention.
That explains why we're holding it earlier this year.
That is right. Palakpakan naman po natin ang National ADR Convention.
And Rome, to share more about OADR's milestones and achievements, let us welcome our Deputy Executive Director for Krista Gem Mercado Santos. Let's give her a round of applause, please.
Distinguished guests from the Department of Justice and representatives from partner agencies and government, esteemed colleagues from the legal and academic communities, ADR practitioners and advocates, members of civil society, and my colleagues from the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution and our dynamic Executive Director, Attorney Margaret Raisa Andaman, a very good morning to all of you. It is both an honor and a privilege to address all of you today at the 2025 National Alternative Dispute Resolution Convention. I'd like to mention also our Department of Justice Undersecretary Raul T. Vasquez, who just arrived. Good morning, sir. Our team, Talk, Resolve, and Reconnect, strengthening relationships through ADR, speaks to the very essence of what we do. Alternative dispute resolution is not merely about ending disagreements or avoiding litigation. It is about preserving trust, rebuilding bridges, and ensuring that justice remains both accessible and humane. 2025 has been a year of momentum for the OADR. It has been a year marked by meaningful progress, by significant programs and reforms, and most importantly, by the strength of partnerships and shared commitment that give life and direction to our shared vision. Earlier today, we witnessed a powerful testament to the spirit of partnership, the signing of the Memoranda of Agreement with the Department of Tourism and the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. These collaborations will allow us to bring ADR closer to communities, empower local institutions, and promote peaceful dispute resolution across various sectors. It is a promising step forward, one that reflects how OADR strives best when shared and embraced collectively. At the beginning of the year, we proudly supported the Philip C. Jessup International Law Moot Court Competition held in partnership with the Divina Law. This allowed us to bring ADR concepts closer to the next generation of legal practitioners and future leaders of the justice sector. In April, we celebrated a historic milestone, the 21st anniversary of the enactment of the Republic Act 9285, or the ADR Act of 2004. This occasion was both a commemoration of a legislative achievement and a moment of reflection. It is a reminder of how far the ADR movement has come and a reaffirmation of our collective resolve to keep moving forward. In July, we launched the OADR Learning Management System with the successful conduct of the fundamental course on ADR. This is a bold step in making ADR training more inclusive, accessible, and adapted to modern learning, especially those who are from the most far-flung communities. In September, we opened the OADR Knowledge Resource Center, which is envisioned as a hub of information, research, and collaboration. This center reflects our firm belief that knowledge empowers us and that a well-informed citizenry is key to sustaining a culture of peaceful dispute resolution. Our ADR roadshows in Cebu, Laguna, and Ilocos Norte brought ADR directly to the people. Nearly 500 participants joined these events, which is proof that interest in ADR is growing rapidly at the grassroots level. This is at the core of our advocacy, ensuring that ADR must not be confined to courtrooms or conference hall. Its true power is felt when it reaches the barangays, the communities, and the everyday lives of people. And most significantly, as of this month, a total of 945 ADR practitioners and implementers were trained across 11 training programs held in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao on Katarungan Pambarangay Law, mediation for higher education institutions, regional prosecution offices, school divisions offices, and comprehensive courses on mediation and negotiation. This number is not just statistics. It represents hundreds of individuals equipped with tools to resolve disputes fairly and peacefully. It represents stronger communities. We also advance our policy and regulatory work in partnership with the European Union's Go Just 2 program. We formulated the draft bill amending the ADR Act of 2004, and this proposed amendment aims to modernize and strengthen the ADR framework to make it more attuned to the changing needs of our justice system. We also issued the revised accreditation guidelines and training standards in August. These reforms streamline the regulatory framework for ADR providers and practitioners, making processes more transparent and efficient. These guidelines are the result of rigorous assessment and broad stakeholder consultations, underscoring our belief that good policy is built through collaboration. We further strengthened our partnerships through Memorandum of Agreement signings and engagements with the VINA Law, Department of Interior and Local Government, Region 3, the Insurance Commission, the Singapore International Arbitration Center, the Philippine Press Institute, and other institutions. We also work closely with the Commission on Higher Education, the Supreme Court, and academic partners to build a strong interconnected ADR ecosystem. I am proud to share that as of yesterday, October 15, 2025, the OADR has accredited and recognized 424 ADR practitioners nationwide. This includes accredited individuals, practitioners under public ADR programs, and practitioners from private APOs. Since 2022, we have consistently processed 100% accreditation applications within the prescribed timeline, reflecting our commitment to efficiency and public service. But these milestones are not the end. They are the beginning of an even more ambitious vision. In the coming months of this year, we will continue to expand our reach through specialized training programs in various regions from Subic to Zamboanga, Tuguegarao to Davao, empowering more mediators and implementers to serve their communities. We will also launch the accreditation and certification system, a digital platform designed to make accreditation processes faster, more transparent, and more user-friendly. This is part of our broader effort to embrace digital transformation and bring ADR closer to the people. Looking further ahead, our 3-year strategic agenda includes the development of national guidelines on ADR use in government, which will institutionalize and harmonize ADR practices across government agencies. A national ADR awareness survey in partnership with the Philippine Statistics Authority to ensure that our policies and programs are informed by reliable data, and more intensive public awareness campaigns to bring ADR to every corner of the country. Our digital transformation includes the accreditation and monitoring system and the online dispute resolution system, which will make ADR services more accessible nationwide. By leveraging technology, we are bringing ADR beyond the walls of institutions into homes, communities, and regions where access to justice is most needed. At this point, allow me to express our deepest gratitude to those who made these achievements possible. To the dedicated men and women of OADR, thank you for your hard work, your resilience, and your commitment to public service. Every milestone we celebrate today is a reflection of our collective effort. To our partners and stakeholders from the government, the private sector, the academe, the civil society, and the ADR community, thank you for your unwavering trust and collaboration. These accomplishments are not ours alone. They are shared victories born out of partnership and unity. And to everyone gathered here today, thank you for being part of this growing movement for accessible and meaningful conflict resolution. As we look back on our journey and look ahead to new horizons, let us remind ourselves of what lies at the heart of ADR. ADR is more than a set of legal mechanisms. It is a philosophy, a belief in the power of dialogue, of listening, of understanding, and of finding common ground. It empowers people to resolve disputes with dignity, to preserve relationships, and to build stronger communities. In a time when differences often lead to division, ADR stands as a quiet but powerful force for peace building. It reminds us that resolution begins not with confrontation, but with conversation. So I stand before you today with this call to action. Let us continue to be champions of ADR. Let us broaden its reach, strengthen its practice, and deepen its impact. Let us talk, let us resolve, and let us reconnect. Because our shared future as a just and peaceful society depends on our ability to come together. The story of ADR in the Philippines is still being written, and the work that we do today will define how this story unfolds in the years to come. Let us write this story with courage, collaboration, and compassion. Let us build not just a stronger ADR system, but a nation where peace, understanding, and justice prevail. Thank you very much, and may the spirit of ADR continue to guide a shared journey together. Mayong buntag.
Once again, thank you very much to Deputy Executive Director Santos for that inspiring report. Let's give her another round of applause. And to everyone who continues to support ADR, give yourselves a round of applause. That was really an inspiring message. I couldn't forget what DED Santos mentioned. You are all being called to be champions of OADR. And let us continue writing a story with courage, collaboration, and compassion. Muli po, palakpakan po natin si DED Santos. All right, so I guess we are moving forward. Kayo po ba ay okay pa sa inyong mga upuan? Okay na okay pa. Okay, so we will be moving forward po. We are very much honored today as we are being visited by big bosses from the Department of Justice. We now proceed to the next part of our program, the messages of support from partners who have championed ADR in their respective fields. We would like to call on Undersecretary Raul T. Vasquez from the Department of Justice to deliver his message of support.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I start reading my short message of support, allow me to congratulate the leadership of OADR under Attorney Margaret Raisa Andaman for such a successful event. This is the second time that I've attended an OADR convention. And it's such a heartwarming experience every time because of the new faces that I've seen, the enthusiasm that is so clear and apparent, as well as the desire to make access to justice much acceptable and more prevalent in our society. It has been said that alternative dispute resolution is an underutilized process of resolution of disputes because Filipinos, as we all know, are litigious in nature, as if resort to courts is second nature to us. And your efforts to make alternative dispute resolution as a more acceptable, if not reasonable option to resolve disputes is such a game changer approach in order to make access to justice more prevalent, more acceptable, and a better alternative in our society. Let me go to my short message now. Office of Alternative Dispute Resolution Executive Director, Attorney Margaret Raisa Andaman, OADR officers and staff, esteemed guests, colleagues in public service, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my honor to join you in this year's National Alternative Dispute Resolution Convention. Allow me to convey the warm support of the Department of Justice to this vital endeavor as we collectively embark on developing a justice system that is both accessible and empowering for every Filipino through an alternative dispute resolution-driven governance. This national convention sets the stage for critical discussions and more than academic exercises and exchange of insights on emerging developments and best practices in the field. These are calls for action for the rest of us to innovate and ensure the realization of the promises of Republic Act number 9285 or the ADR Act of 2004. Little did we realize that the ADR Act was issued more than 20 years ago. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, exercising the promises of alternative dispute resolution together with the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court has also made alternative dispute resolution as a cornerstone of their policies and practices. Contrary to its name, ADR is not simply an alternative but a transformative approach that strengthens the foundation of an ADR-ready government. This is the vision exemplified by the DOJ's issuance of Department Circular Number 31 on June 19, 2023, on the pilot implementation of ADR and mediation at the city prosecution offices of the National Capital Region. With the Supreme Court's proposed amendments to the rules on criminal procedure, which mandates preliminary investigation for all criminal cases, DC 31 and alternative dispute resolution measures could be fully utilized to encourage early resolution of cases and therefore reduce docket congestion in the prosecution and judiciary levels. In support of this initiative, the DOJ Action Center, DOJAC, which is actually the face of the DOJ at the public level, at the grassroots level, in partnership with the OADR, has been conducting comprehensive mediation training courses across the Philippines. A session was successfully held last July in Cabanatuan City. And as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, another training session is underway in Cagayan de Oro City. These reforms, coupled by the innovations introduced by the OADR, underscore our dedication to the mandate of promoting alternative dispute resolution nationwide. It is our hope that ADR would become the primary means or mode by which dispute resolution could be resolved in the near future. On behalf of the Department of Justice, I extend my deepest gratitude to all of you, our partners and fellow champions of ADR. Let us continue working together in building a justice system that not only resolves conflicts, but also strengthens communities. We look forward to the development and implementation of ADR systems across the government sectors. On its part, the DOJ commits to working towards a future where ADR is not just an option, but a cornerstone of access to justice for every Filipino. Congratulations once again to the ADR for the guaranteed success of this convention. Thank you very much, and may this event inspire us to achieve greater heights in our pursuit of justice and equity. Mabuhay po ang ating ADR-driven governance at mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you, Yusek Vasquez, for your message of support for our agency. And now, if we could ask, sir, to stay on stage for a photo op alongside our executive director. Here in front, sir, along with our executive director, for a photo op and to give a token of appreciation to Yusek Vasquez. After their photo op, may we call on Deputy Executive Director Krista Jem M. Santos to join them. Also, Director 3, Director Reynalyn Vidalion Varias, and also Director Zenith J. Europa to join our Executive Director and Yusek Vasquez in front for a photo op. Again, a big warm of applause for Yusek Vasquez. Again, sir, thank you very much for your kind words and your message of support. And ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, for his message of support, we have the Director General for the Bureau of Corrections, General Gregorio Pio P. Katapang Jr., to deliver his message through a recorded video.
Bureau of Corrections, I extend my warmest greetings to the Department of Justice, the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution, and all advocates, partners, and participants in the observance of Alternative Dispute Resolution Week 2025. I take pride in expressing my heartfelt support for this meaningful celebration that reinforces our shared commitment to promoting peace, justice, and harmony through dialogue and understanding. In the Bucor, we uphold the same principles that ADR champions. Within our facilities, we witness the transformative power of dialogue, mediation, and reconciliation in restoring relationships and fostering personal growth among persons deprived of liberty. These processes mirror the essence of restorative justice through rebuilding trust and preparing individuals for a renewed life beyond incarceration. Your efforts complement the mission of the Bureau to reform and reintegrate individuals back into society as productive citizens. As we commemorate the ADR Week, may this occasion inspire all of us to embrace communication over conflict and understanding over judgment. Let us continue to work together in advancing justice and building a culture of peace where every disagreement becomes an opportunity for growth and every resolution becomes a step toward national harmony and progress. Mabuhay ang Department of Justice, mabuhay ang ADR. Salamat po.
We all just heard the Director General for the Bureau of Corrections, General Gregorio P.O.P. Katapang, for his message of support. Again, sir, thank you.
At this point, Arvin, we move to our first plenary session entitled Gender and ADR, Empowering Women in Conflict Resolution. This session will be moderated by Attorney Christine R. Bongcaron, individually accredited ADR practitioner, and Director Zenith J. Europa, Director 3 of the Policy, Compliance, and Monitoring Service of the OADR.
For everyone's convenience, a QR code and link are available on screen for your questions and comments during this and the next session. Let's now welcome our speakers and moderators for our first session on Gender and ADR, Empowering Women in Conflict. For this session, we have the following moderators. Attorney Europa currently serves as the Director of Policy Compliance and Monitoring Service at the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution of the Department of Justice. Prior to her current role, she was the Director for Legal at the Department of Education, while concurrently being the Supervising Director of the Alternative Dispute Resolution Office and the GPPB TSO Certified Public Procurement Specialist Level 2, a fellow of the Singapore Institute of Arbitrators, and a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. Let's all give a warm of applause to Attorney Europa. Attorney Zenith's co-moderator co-heads the Martinez-Vergara and Gonzalez Sociedad's Commercial Arbitration and Alternative Dispute Resolution and Data Privacy and Security Groups, and leads its intellectual property team. She is an accredited arbitrator and mediator with the Philippine Dispute Resolution Center Incorporated, or PDRC, the OADR, and the IBP, and also serves as PDRC's Data Protection Officer and a member of its Rules Revisions Committee. Her practice focuses on commercial litigation, arbitration, debt restructuring, and data privacy. Let's all welcome Attorney Christine Bongcaron.
Now let's call on our first resource speaker, who is a co-managing partner and co-founder of Calao, Prasad, and Hofilenia Law, with over 30 years of experience spanning both public and private sectors. Her practice focuses on corporate and commercial law, with a strong specialization in alternative dispute resolution, particularly commercial arbitration. She is an accredited arbitrator with PDRC, PICCR, DOJ OADR, and a trustee of PI-ARB, a Harvard Kennedy School alumna and a Lee Kuan Yew Fellow. She has led advocacies to advance women in dispute resolution and strengthen regional arbitration networks. Let's all welcome and give a round of applause to Attorney Marilisa Bunny Calao. With her is an associate at Loeb & Loeb LLP's Hong Kong office, where she advises on complex litigation, arbitration, insolvency, and ADR. She has represented clients in high-stakes commercial and shareholder disputes across Greater China and Southeast Asia. In proceedings administered by HKIAC, SIAC, and other major arbitral institutions, Wendy holds law degrees from the University of Hong Kong and is fluent in English, Cantonese, and Mandarin, enabling her to serve a diverse international client base. Let's all give her a round of applause, Attorney Wendy Kwan. And to bring our exceptional group of speakers to completion, here to join us is a state solicitor in the Office of the Solicitor General in the Philippines, where she has experience in administrative, commercial, and investment arbitration, among others, including arbitrators on PPP, FDI, and infrastructure-related disputes. She has been part of the Philippine delegation in the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law Working Group for Investment Dispute Settlement and in the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states in respect of climate change. A magna cum laude graduate in Bachelor of Arts Speech Communication and Juris Doctor of the University of the Philippines. She likewise finished her Masters of Laws in Columbia Law School. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Attorney Maria Luisa Dominique Di Mauricio.
Good morning, everyone. We're so lucky to have a varied panel members. We have Wendy as private practitioner, Luisa from the government or representing the government sector, and Attorney Bonnie as an experienced arbitrator and mediator. So let's first set the tone, right? Currently, how would you describe the alternative dispute resolution framework or status quo? Like, is there, how's the trajectory of women participation? Attorney Bonnie?
Well, I think that from what you see here in the audience, there's a great interest from both male, female. I think our topic is for females, right? But going beyond gender, I think that there are many opportunities, and I think that given the promotion done by the OADR, there's also a lot of information available for young practitioners to join the field.
That's true. Actually, in fact, what ED March already mentioned earlier, the accredited practitioners are almost 500, and 85% of which are female, and the remaining are male. So what do you think about that, Wendy? What can you say about the trajectory of women participation in ADR?
In general, I think in Hong Kong, most of the, I would not say most, but like over 60 to 65% of the entry-level solicitors or lawyers, they are female. And so like you can imagine that there's a lot of women participation also in arbitration and mediation. And there's like a point is that in the more senior level, we see the women percentage drop to 30%, which we think is like a trend that more senior level will be having women solicitors when the younger generation promote.
So it's more of a natural consequence, right?
Yes, yes.
What about you, Louis, in the government sector?
So good morning to everyone. Thank you to OADR for having us. And maybe just to answer your question, no. So I'm from the OSG and tatlo po kaming from the OSG and lahat po kami right now ay women. So I think that sort of shows you the type of representation that women have right now, especially in the ADR community and of course in the government as well. And maybe just to add a little bit, no, as we all know, mga kasama ko pong kawani sa gobyerno, we would always need to put in GED-C provisions, gender-related topics, I guess, and choices in pretty much every single project or every single action that we do. So, yeah.
So that's good because it's as if we're well represented in the government and in the private practice. So we can see that there's already an increasing number in the number of practitioners in alternative dispute resolution.
Okay, so earlier Wendy did mention that while there's a big or a considerable number of young women entering the industry, when you go up the ranks or when you sort of see the older or leadership roles, the numbers drop, right? And then Louis mentioned earlier that actually in government there's this there's this policy where gender is considered in making appointments and in creating teams, right? So other than maybe that institutional mandate or support, what factors would you say affect women participation in the ADR field, not just in terms of entering it, but also in terms of being able to take on those leadership positions, being appointed as third-party neutrals? Anyone want to start?
I can talk about this from a Hong Kong perspective. So I'm a private practitioner in Hong Kong. So HKIAC has, in 2024, has modified their administrative rules, arbitration rules, to include diversity as a factor that HKIAC must consider when they appoint arbitrators. And we also, HKIAC also have a softer approach to encourage parties and co-arbitrators to also consider diversity when they are nominating arbitrators. And I see that the institution support is really important because it acts as a cornerstone to promote diversity. So one interesting thing about the diversity requirement is that we didn't specify whether diversity means gender. It will cover a basket of other factors like age, experience, etc. So I feel this is the right trend, and it's also a global trend towards diversity.
Bunny, Louis, do you see anything similar happening here in the Philippines? You did touch a bit on this earlier, Louis, but in the private sector, do you see anything like this?
Yeah, I think, Kring, that's a very good question. There's greater interest because the new practitioners who enter the field, they see opportunities based on the accreditation which is being offered, not just by one institution, but several institutions, both private and public. So because of that, while most people would go the normal path, the career path in a law firm or in private practice, now they realize that ADR is it's another practice area. It's not, it's akin to litigation, but it has its own fields of specialization, and they can actually chart their path. They can choose their journey if they want to go into arbitration, mediation, if they want to be specialized, if they want to specialize or get certified in negotiation. A lot of institutions offer this now, and they see how it has changed the lives of not just practitioners, but more on the parties. And we are also contributing to the better justice system in the Philippines. So that's for the Philippine scene. Yeah.
Louis, you want to add anything?
Yeah, if I can add a little bit about the Philippine setting, and maybe just to juxtapose with what Wendy shared about how Hong Kong is in terms of inclusivity. I think though we do not have like the same particular, protocol, was that the protocol or something, or policy, we see it happening in our tribunals, the tribunals that are appointed, the file councils, tribunal secretaries that are appointed. It's not just one gender, it's not just one type of person, but it's really, you would see more females, you would see more, I hope I still qualify as young. I hesitated a bit, but almost in a few years. But anyway, so something like that, though we don't have that particular policy, you actually see it happening. You see people asking questions that maybe we can have this arbitrator, not because this arbitrator is female or male, but because they have certain qualifications that are the same, if not better, in this particular field. So, yeah, I think that's
I think Bunny wants to add something.
You can see it in my face.
Yeah.
No, it's just that I also wanted to say that the leadership of the appointing institutions are also taking greater notice of the younger set. I believe that they're also giving other practitioners a chance to get involved. And also because in arbitration, for example, there's a limit to how many times you can appoint one person when it comes to a particular, whether it's counsel or if it's a particular party. There are conflicts of interests involved. So I think that we have already grown as a jurisdiction for ADR practice, and the leadership of these organizations are very forward-thinking. We're keeping up with not just the region, but global best practices.
Okay, if we could just go back a bit to Wendy, because you did mention that there's this sort of institutional policy or mandate already that you have to consider diversity in making your appointments, right? I could imagine there's a bit of a pushback there, particularly, for instance, in arbitration. It's really client preference or party preference. It's party autonomy at the end of the day, right? So how does that policy actually translate into real life appointments? Can you share a bit?
That's a very interesting question. We are also exploring how this diversity mandate is improving the appointment of women arbitrators. But I would like to share like a short story with the audience here. Is from my experience doing private practice. My client and the other side, we are having like a construction dispute. Construction industry is primarily a very male-dominant industry in terms of history and the expertise. And my client and the other side, we spent months discussing the nomination of arbitrators. And we could not reach an agreement, and we deferred this to HAIAC to make the appointment. And HAIAC made the appointment, and in considering this case is relatively straightforward, and it's not heavily loaded with expertise, they appoint a female young arbitrator for the parties. And of course, while we are the counsel, we have no objection to this appointment. To our surprise, our clients and the other side reach agreement without our involvement on the arbitrator. And they come into agreement after months of arguing, and they appoint a very experienced male arbitrator to resolve the dispute. And I would say this is quite a fact-sensitive and like a case-specific scenario which I encounter, and I do think this case is so special because it's relying a lot of the construction background that is male-dominated. So I would like to see a lot more trend towards appointing female arbitrator regardless of the industry. And I do think this story reminds me to reflect on the diversity required no matter in whatever industry that we are playing part in.
But just to close off this topic, can you imagine a circumstance where that will also happen here in the Philippines? Can you share a bit of your views on that?
Well, definitely. Well, for all of us, I think we're aware that there are lists, right? So there are lists that any party can choose from, and counsel usually guides the parties, their clients, who are these people on the list? You know, are you familiar with them? There's no conflict. A lot of the people there are male and female. So as Wendy said, sometimes there's a bias, maybe unrealized, or maybe the parties themselves are not aware they are more biased towards males or females. But I think it's a matter of progression of time. I think that given where we are right now, it's 2025, and I believe that there's greater familiarization with the different practitioners, whether young, middle-aged, older. And there's a lot of attention now given to experience, right? And also, in some institutions, they actually follow a cycle. So I believe that, again, the institutions make the difference. It's not so much because the practitioners, we're all here. We are all accredited, right? So it's really the institutions now, I'm very happy to say, are now, they have this thought or policy internally. It may not be written, but they do go through a list and they say, okay, this one may not have yet been appointed, but they've already been participating. Let's give them a chance. It always depends, like Wendy said, on the complexity, But I think the institutions are the ones who also make the difference when it comes to appointments. And also, aside from the institutions, the parties. Councils, it's also our responsibility to guide the clients. It's also a responsibility to guide the clients that we have these Filipino practitioners here, or if you want to go regional, if it's an international arbitration, you can also have co-counsels who are foreign, who are specializing in that particular conflict. But we have a lot of capabilities already present, yeah.
Sorry, can I just do a quick wrap-up before you guys say anything? I started the talking now. No, maybe, and I super agree with the thoughts of Wendy and Bunny, no? And maybe just to sort of wrap up nga this point, I think Wendy pointed out a very important concept, which is experience, and Bunny naman, awareness. So I think in terms of talking about factors of how women can actually move forward in ADR, I think you would need to have both. So right now, with Wendy's experience, I can see that happening because right now, at this point in time, maybe most mga males lang yung nagsispecialize in different fields. But then if we females actually get into these kinds of qualifications as well, and if people are actually aware that we have these qualifications, then they will be considering women more. Ayun lang.
I agree with Louie. So it's really experience and awareness. So right now, what types of disputes do you usually see more women participation? Is it mediation, arbitration, or what type of mediation or arbitration? Louie?
Okay, first of all, I just want, someone, my idol in the Philippines walked into the room, Yusek Marge Gutierrez. Ang hindi nyo po alam, she's actually one of the founding members of Young Philippine Institute of Arbitrators. And we're very, very proud of Yusek Marge. Hello po, it's an honor to be nag-fangirl na ako dito. Yeah, but going back to your question, I think, and this is, I guess, looking into my experience lang, no? So it might be different for Bonnie and Wendy, but my experience is that it really depends on what dispute you have in front of you and what kind of mode of dispute resolution you would be employing in your dispute. So, I guess for the more softer, yung kailangan mo ng a little bit of lambing, then you would have to consider having a woman to help you out in your dispute. Just opening up the conversation for that. I know Ma'am Bonnie's like, but yeah. So that's the reality, I guess, for at least for me. If you need a little bit of that into your dispute, then I would be considering women for that. So that's usually negotiations and mediations. But then another trend that I've been seeing is also in arbitration. A lot of women are also there. So. Yeah, maybe Ma'am Bonnie can weigh in. I see the.
No, I was just reacting to the malambing, the sweetness factor for those who understand don't malambing. I think men can also be malambing, but I think that
we will let Attorney Teddy know you said that.
So thank you for that. I hope that call out, you shout out. No, I think that. A lot of mutual respect, right? Mutual respect for all practitioners and also for the parties plays a very important role. And with the professionalization of ADR practice in the Philippines, and it's not just awareness, it's not just accreditation, but we have more cases, right? We have more cases which are going into arbitration, into mediation. Negotiations is a way of life. Right, from the time that we were born, even before it became our practice, we were negotiating. So negotiations now has also become a structured practice area. So we have all of these. Now there's also combinations, med, arb. You can also do all of that. But in the Philippines, if we're talking about the Philippines setting, you're asking what's the participation of male and female? Yes, mediation. People have the impression. Of course, women are great listeners. Since there are a lot of men here, are you listening? Men? Yes?
Yung tumingin yung mga women parang
okay, I will say equal. Men and women are great listeners.
Do you agree? We don't.
No. There is silence in the room. Maybe the coffee hasn't kicked in yet.
So it's more arbitration. So arbitration, you are position-based, so... But I think that it's really a matter of personality, respect, comfort level, and familiarity. So for those interested to become more active, be with us. Join us in our events, join our activities, join the list, be accredited, and speak up. Volunteer. The only way forward is to actually participate, and it's very much wide open. So there are more cases, more matters being handled, and we really want to thank the DOJ, OADR for this opportunity. You're bringing institutions together, you're bringing law firms together, you're bringing private practitioners, and we hope that the clients are hearing all of this, right, everybody? Yeah.
That's right. That's why it is also important to promote the use of ADR so that people will actually resort to ADR in resolving disputes. So that's the case in the Philippines. What about in Hong Kong? What type of disputes do you see more women participation?
I would see the cases in terms of arbitration. There are very fair and equal opportunities for female arbitrators, except a very exceptional case, the story that I share. I do not see there is a significant difference in choosing female and male arbitrators. But echoing what my fellow panelists were saying about mediation, we do see a growth, a very significant growth in female mediators being preferred by client, and also they are often appointed for some maybe social related, family related cases. And I do believe that it's because of the impression that women is giving to the parties. For example, maybe more and more communication. And I do see that this will be the future trend as well.
Okay, so the appointment, whether in Philippines or in Hong Kong, the real basis would be the familiarity, or it depends on the type of dispute, right?
Yeah, so what I'm hearing right now is gender may be a factor, but the baseline consideration still is competence, experience in a particular dispute. But even if we do say that it's always based on competence, always based on experience as much as possible. Just based on your personal experience, have you ever had any instance when you actually did consider gender or any other factor that would go under that that very broad term of diversity when you make an appointment or make recommendations for appointment for arbitrator or mediator, or when you determine who's going to take the lead in negotiations? Was there ever any instance when one of the factors under diversity was like the main determining consideration?
Well, Kring, for that, it's really not gender that we look at. It's more experience and their specialization in the field or the matter at hand. Yeah. So for us, it's not really gender in that sense.
So the short answer is no. Yeah, but go ahead.
In a roundabout.
Anything you want to add?
So I'm gonna do something unconventional and maybe ask you, Crane, because I know no, you've been asking all the questions, but I was just wondering in terms of, because you're also a partner in your firm, just wondering what are your considerations then in just throwing the question back at you, no? So was there ever an instance that you actually considered diversity, I guess, the broad spectrum of it, for your appointment?
Okay. So, no. The baseline is actually no. We don't, that's not the main consideration, but we are mindful that when we make, like, let's say, a list of recommendations to our client, that there's a fair number of men and women in the list. Now, that's particular to arbitration. Now, like let's say in negotiations, it really depends on how we profile the other party or who's coming in to negotiate from the other party. If we believe that a female may be a bit more effective in getting our client's point across, then we're definitely going to go with a female lead negotiator. Of course, that's always preconditioned on that negotiator having the capacity and the experience and the confidence to do it, right? But yes, that can be a consideration, but like everyone in the panel, it's still competence and experience and confidence.
I think I hear strategy.
Yeah, it is strategy.
Yes, we need to win.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add, Wendy?
As I said, in Hong Kong, we see a very fair and equal opportunity available for male and female. So gender, in general, we do not see that as a deciding factor. But just now, we mentioned about negotiation. I want to go back to the beginning of my presentation on the statistic, that 30% of the more senior level are female. That means 70% are still male. So in terms of negotiations, it needs to be conducted by a more senior level. So we will definitely see more male nowadays. But if the progression is that more female entering the industry and they get promoted to certain level, we will definitely seeing equal or fair opportunities for both genders.
Yeah, so of course it's always the availability of competent people, right, in the practice areas. I think it's going to be just a matter of preference, right? All things being equal, then it's a matter of preference. But okay, I think Zenith, you have a question.
So now that we've established that it's based on competence and also the preference and also the strategy, right, of the parties, and given that it's not a main factor, the gender, how do you think we can promote more women participation in different types of ADR, not just in arbitration, but also in mediation and negotiation?
Well, I think, if I can begin, I think we can do this by being mindful. Like, if you are in a senior position, like, I believe we should be mentoring. I think a lot of males are also used to mentoring other males and females, but when women get to a certain role, or whether it's in a private law firm or whether it's in the government, it's also nice to think that we can have a more formal mentoring process as well. Women mentoring other women, and also ensuring that because you got there already, you're there. Let's also promote greater diversity when you make your choices, give opportunities equally. And it's really just put yourself out there as well. This is a different career path. Be an explorer, right? While you're younger, you can also explore all the different facets of ADR. Try out getting accredited formally for negotiations, because there are lists which you can then join. And then just be active, also not just privately, but also be active in the community of ADR practitioners. We would love to get to know each other more. And please be active. And when you participate, don't just join. Speak up and then take charge. If you have any ideas, we would love to be of great help. Yeah.
There are actually a lot of mentoring programs, and young professionals can actually participate, right? As the representatives of the youth, Louie and Wendy, what can you say about it?
So yeah, no. So sorry if I can go first. Maybe just to echo what Ma'am Bonnie has said, but from a youth level. Wow.
You're not offended, right?
Is there ageism here?
She typecasted us already. But nahiya naman ako. But siguro for and maybe I say it in not a complementary way to the youth, but more of those who are still starting, in their careers. Maybe one hurdle kasi is to look at people. You see a Jay Santiago, you see a John Regalado there, and you go like, do I want to be like them? I'm kidding, joke lang. But you see people
Shout
that are
out to FIRE.
Sorry, nakita ko sila. So you see these people that you think have made it, and you think that have done careers for themselves, and you think as a woman or even as a young man, you think na how do I get there? There's not so much time. They look very young, but also how? Paano, diba? You just really don't know where to start, and it's when you start off, as Ma'am Bonnie said, number one, look for affiliations, look for organizations that would help you be connected with people. Because these people that you get connected with, sila yung mag-a-appoint sa'yo as arbitrator, sila yung magsasabi sa inyo na, oh, merong free seminar yung OADR, punta tayo. So it's really these people, it's through words of mouth that you get your opportunities. And how do you do that? You do that by actually talking to people, by actually gaining the trust of people to give you opportunities, diba? So that's the start. So that's a little plug for our interest group. It's the Young Philippine Institute of Arbitrators and the Young PDRC as well. So if you are 45 and below. Sino po dito ang 45 and below?
I see RJ.
Loud and proud. Raise your hand.
Yes, 45. Over there, Don D.
or who looks 45 and below.
45.
We can, you know, we
Attorney
can
Beth?
make adjustments. Okay.
Wala, we can make adjustments. 46 and a half. Joke lang. No, but what I'm saying is, it's not a bad thing to be young in this profession. It just means that you have more time to reach out to people, to join these communities that would help you. And if, for example, you get to the point of Ma'am Bonnie, to Kring, to John, to Jay, and to everyone else, give back as well. There would be younger people that would want to actually join in the profession. Be kind enough to give them the same kindness that you were given when you were at that stage. So I guess that's my 2 cents of the
That's
more
true.
than 2 cents.
Thank you, Louie. What about you, Wendy? In Hong Kong, how do you think we can promote more women participation in ADR?
Definitely. There are a lot of women arbitration groups in Hong Kong, and they are very rich in resources in promoting activities. And I do echo that we need more newcomers to the industry and having themselves exposed to the opportunities that are ready for them. And this is also my own experience. I go to conferences, I do networking, I talk to people, and there is some inspiration coming to me that I need to give back or I need to speak up. And I do see that the inspirations that you gained in conferences and networking, they are very unique. You are talking to a human and you get emotions attached to that. And that will be like energy fueling your career path. And this like a ripples effect that it can spread out. And lastly, I also think on numbers, like disclosure of some numbers of the current female participation in organization is very crucial for the industry to monitor how far we are going to reach a diversity level. And I do think institution, government, law firms, private practitioners, we are all looking at these numbers. So I do see numbers are very valuable and reliable in assessing our progress or the effort that we paid.
Before we close this topic, Attorney Bonnie.
I just wanted to say that in addition to what Wendy and Louie have said, maybe as a closer for this particular topic, let me share that don't just think about the local institutions, let's go international as well. It's global. It's a global practice. It's not just here within the Philippines. There are many opportunities both here and abroad. In the same way that you practice law here and abroad, right? We're not limited by our jurisdictions, right? Because we also can work within, especially for ADR, it's acceptable for even if it's a different country, you can practice there because we do have these ADR laws. So it's a great big world out there. And there's room for everyone. And it would be great if you have both your local and your regional and your international practice. It's no longer like before, right? They're white, they're, sorry, no white people. It's like, yeah, no, only in complexion, right? It's no longer just because they started it, okay? They started professionalizing it with CIR, right? After CIR, then you have all the international organizations. You've got the WIPO, then you have the ISDS. These are all international conventions. Because with the international conventions, of course, it was more developed in those countries. But then here in the Philippines, the Filipino, we all know, is global. Of course, we're Hong Kong is global. So the borders are porous that way.
Okay, so we do have a portion for our attendees to be able to ask questions. So we'll give you a bit of time to think about it. And in the meantime, I'm going to ask my last question before we turn over the floor to our audience. Okay, so we do have a lot of decision makers in this room right now, both in government and in the private sector, and also in the different institutions related to ADR. So what would be your personal recommendations just to increase participation in general? And if you want to also try and focus on, like, to say, women participation, what steps would you recommend these institutions, these decision makers to do?
Well, on my part, I think I mentioned also earlier, Kring, that there are lists. So if we're talking about institutions making the choice as to who to appoint or who to get involved, I think they've already begun. It has turned off now. No. It has already begun the practice of taking a look at the cycle of the list. At the same time, I'm sure that they're cognizant of the specializations required or the level of experience. So I think, unlike Hong Kong, we don't have a set policy in writing. So perhaps we can go from the informal to the formal policy, but again, it will depend on the institutions themselves.
Anyone want to go next?
Can I go next? I guess I'll speak from the council's perspective, no, in terms of choosing, I guess, arbitrators, mediators, or lead negotiators in our setting. I think we do have the right people who can actually give equal amount of expertise and qualifications to certain topics that we have in commercial, in contractual disputes, etc., etc. We are here already. Women are here. As you can see, you can look to your right and to your left. There's always a woman there. Okay, maybe
in some
with
tables there are
exception
none.
to some other tables, but in general, no. In general, there's hindi na kulang ng babae. In my law school, in my law school block, mas marami na yung babae kesa sa lalaki, or if not equal yung girls and boys. So there's already women there, already women with the experience to actually do your arbitrations for you, to do your mediations for you. So as counsel and as persons who make the decisions, I would like to respectfully implore that you consider women and men equally. I'm not saying that you should choose women for women's sake, but what I'm saying is that don't discount them. Look into their expertise, look into their experience, and you would see that hopefully you would see that you would have more choices, that you would have more expertise to look into your dispute. So, ayun lang. Thank you.
Okay, Wendy.
It's my honor to be in a room with a lot of decision makers. So I totally agree with the suggestions. And there is one point that I would like to point out is to understand the barrier that women has. You need to go to talk to the women who feel difficult to enter the ADR world and the industry. And that require a group, a concern group, going to talk to the people, going to do some survey or statistic, gathering the data, and that will definitely help the decision makers or the organization or even government in helping how to project their policies and the events that they want to target. And at the same time, as the women participants or the practitioners, just be open-minded to talk about your difficulties. There's no one will help you out if you're not seeking help. So when their chances comes to you, do speak up. Don't be afraid of your gender or your lack of experience in this industry. Everyone has been a newcomer to the industry before. So we are a community, and just speak up when you have the opportunity.
Thank you very much for that. And I hope our attendees have been, digesting everything that we've been saying here up front. If you have any questions,
I don't think we have questions.
please.
Do we have any questions?
None?
No questions.
Oh, okay. So we don't have any questions. Oh, there apparently is a question over there. Okay. Can we have a mic, please, for the gentleman?
Thank you very much, and good morning all. I am a barangay chairman of a barangay in Malati, Manila. Most of the conflict brought for my resolution involving women are with their partners. I understand that unlike with the Katarungang Pambarangay, which is legally binding, I understand that ADR settlement is not legally binding. Is that correct?
I think that's a preliminary question. Does anyone want to take that? The question is whether ADR settlement is not legally binding. Who wants to take that?
So good afternoon, sir. Ay, good morning. Kinabahan
Still
ako.
good morning.
May
It's
question
still good
kasi.
morning. Yeah.
We have chosen the public sector person.
I would like to say that this is my answer in my personal capacity. Sir, it depends on what type of ADR mechanism that you will be using po.
Actually, most of the conflict actually involving women are also with the abused. No? They are abused by their partners. So they came to us for settlement, and now we have this agreement. In Katurang Pambarangay, it is legally binding. It has the power of the court. Now, I'm just only asking if the settlement involving, under the ADR is likewise legally binding. If not, then, for example, if the partner will not comply with the settlement, what will happen to the woman?
Well, I think that what you're discussing has to do with the law, right? The VAUSI, Anti-Violence Against Women and Children. And so everything that, all the settlements, these are legal documents. These are formal documents that the parties agreed to, so they are binding on the parties. And if there is a breach or non-compliance with that agreement, then the guilty party or the party who broke that agreement will then be answerable. So there are consequences. You spoke about violence. I understand that there's violence also in the domestic setting. It's also a very quiet male violence, right? I think that it's also not as talked about as for women. But the VAUSI law focuses on women and children, di ba po? Pero I know that it's also existing that there's also domestic violence against males, but it's quieter because it's culturally not as acceptable to discuss that. But I'm hoping that with the actions of the Katarungang Pambarangay, ang mga barangay captain po, and also all of the lupon activities that are present, will help stem, and help make more secure the parties. So I think the community has to be involved, right? So it's great that you're bringing it up, sir, because, once the community gets involved, it's no longer just my conflict at home, your conflict at home is yours, and mine is my own. Walang pakialamanan po tayo, right? But no, here in the Philippines, it's may bayanihan spirit po tayo, and we also have that community. So I think your leadership in your community and then greater awareness sa mga parties, it is binding. This is an agreement. May consequences kung hindi tayo sumunod. And I think we can start from there po.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for that question.
Yeah, so we do have a couple more questions. This question is two parts actually, but I think the first one, Bunny already touched a bit on it earlier because the question is from Attorney Digna Piano de Alban. So, okay, so her first question is whether there's any connection between gender and ADRs, empowering women in conflict resolution, connected to RA 9262. So I think that that's the Anti-VAUSI Act. So that's something that was answered earlier. But her second question is, what are the qualities of women? I think she's asking for your opinion. Like, what are the qualities of women that make them effective as ADR practitioners? Maybe just give one quality each. So we're a bit quick about it.
Listening. We listen, right? Men listen to women.
she's so concerned. Okay.
Don't forget, I'm married, right?
Yeah.
So I have to say that on behalf of my husband, right? No, but listening is a quality for everyone, but there's a perception that listening in ADR it's not just perception, it's required because you need to ensure that the parties are heard.
I guess relatedly, equality, like awareness that there needs to be equality in the room, notwithstanding the fact that maybe I'm a one party and meron akong kaaway in front of me. Despite that, I should be mature enough to think that it shouldn't be just me. It has to be a consideration of two sides and the willingness to actually accept that.
So echoing the quality of listening, I think be patient, be willing to understand, and just spend the time knowing all the details that you need. Yeah.
I know you only said one.
Yeah,
right?
go ahead.
But also be persevering. Don't give up right away if after 1 year or 2 years you've been accredited and you've not yet been appointed. You know, to get to that first appointment, to get to that first yes, right? To be on the panel for the first time, it's a great thrill for everybody, right? So don't give up if after 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, it hasn't come yet. It will. It will come in time, and just keep on being present and letting people know you are available. And just say yes. Don't be picky. Let's not be picky for any first appointments or any role. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we've run out of time. Okay, but just to close off the panel, very quickly again, what would be your key, what would you want our attendees to take away from this conversation in front of them? Just a quick one-liner will do.
Just be present, join us, and be thankful for all the opportunities. Be aware, and let people know who you are. Speak up. Thank you.
Louis. Be grateful as well as Ma'am Bunny. Sorry, that was supposed to be what I was going to say, but she said it. Be grateful and also learn to give back and to pay forward the blessings that you've been receiving.
Lastly, be confident. Be confident of the identity, no matter you are female or male, or whether you're having rich experience or not. Be confident and trusting that opportunities will come to you. Yeah.
So those are very helpful advice from very powerful women. Thank you very much for joining us today. We'll present the certificates.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney. That was a powerful and a thought-provoking discussion about empowering gender, not only women, but all types of gender in conflict resolution. So thank you. Let's give a round of applause to our speakers and moderators. And special thanks to the Philippine Institute of Arbitrators for supporting this session.
To recognize our Session 1 speakers, may we call on our Executive Director, Attorney Margaret Raiza D. Andaman on stage to present the certificates of appreciation to our moderators and speakers. Let me read the citation. This certificates of appreciation is awarded to Attorney Christine Bongcaron, Attorney Marliza Calao, Attorney Wendy Kwan, and Attorney Maria Luisa Dominic Mauricio for sharing their invaluable expertise as resource persons in Session 1, Gender and ADR Empowering Women in Conflict Resolution during the National Alternative Dispute Resolution Convention held on 16 October 2025 at the Centennial Ballroom, the Manila Hotel, Rizal Park, Ermita, City of Manila, given this 16th day of October 2025 in the City of Manila, signed by Attorney Margaret Riza D. Andaman.
May we also request Deputy Executive Director Krista Gem M. Santos to join our beautiful and very, very, I'm lost for words. Interesting topic indeed. So let's give them a round of applause once again, please. Once again, thank you so much to our speakers and moderators. Also, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Undersecretary of the Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development, Odilon L. Pasaraba, together with other senior officials from DSUD. Let's give them a round of applause. At this juncture, let's listen to another message of support from the Senior Undersecretary, Sharon Faith Pakis from the Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development. Let's give her a round of applause.
Distinguished leaders and partners from the Office of Alternative Dispute Resolution, esteemed colleagues in the public service, and honored guests, a pleasant morning. First of all, allow me to congratulate the Office of Alternative Dispute Resolution for a very successful 2025 National Convention headed by our Executive Director, Margaret Andaman. The Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development treats every housing a collaboration. Every family we serve in the association of every homeowners association is not just about building homes, it is about rebuilding trust and fostering peace within community. Under the leadership of Secretary Jose Ramon P. Aliling, the DSUD continues to uphold the directive of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to ensure an efficient and people-focused government under Bagong Pilipinas. Guided by the department's 8-point agenda, we have implemented the Zero Backlog Program, a people-centered effort that mirrors the very essence of alternative dispute resolution. On July 14, 2025, we inventoried a total of 3,100 cases involving homeowners association and home regulatory disputes. It has been pending in our various regional offices since 2020, so there is a need for our competent conciliators. Thinking of the most effective way on zeroing our backlog, we capacitated our regional offices in conciliation process. This is our mode and our tool of alternative dispute resolution. On August 25, 2025, we resolved all 3,100 cases and eliminated our backlog. But DSUD did not stop there. While we have long-standing partnership with the Office of Alternative Dispute Resolution in availing its trainings and modules by giving it to our staff and personnel in our offices. DSUD wants our conciliators to be professionalized under the Office of Alternative Dispute Resolution through proper training and accreditation of our conciliators. By this, we can ensure that the contending parties will arrive at a just and equitable, amicable settlement. This mode of alternative dispute resolution will best serve our stakeholders while they make an acceptable terms to resolve their conflicts. The parties avoided, first, protracted trial. They avoided exorbitant litigation expense, and of course, filing fees in the courts. To materialize this shared mission, DSUD and the OADR have institutionalized the inspired partnership through our Memorandum of Agreement, which I am now turning to you. This MOA has already been signed by Secretary Ping of DSUD and for the consideration of our ED, Margaret Andaman. Dialogue heals, resolution restores, conciliation promotes livable communities. Maraming salamat po, and may our mission bring peace and progress to the trust of the Filipino people. Mabuhay po ang bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you for your message, ma'am, Senior Undersecretary Sharon Faith Pakis. And may we request Undersecretary Pakis to stay on stage or in front, together with the Undersecretary of the Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development, Odilon L. Pasaraba, and other senior officials for a photo op, together with our Executive Director 5, Attorney Margaret Raiza D. Andaman, and also our Deputy Executive Director, Krista Jem M. Santos. Also with Director 3, Director Reynalyn Vidalion Varias, and Director Zenith J. Europa. Once again, thank you, Senior Undersecretary Sharon Faith Pakis and all the other senior officials of the Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development. At this juncture, we now have the privilege to introduce our next speaker from the Department of Justice. We have Undersecretary Margarita N. Gutierrez. Let's give her a round of applause.
Distinguished and beautiful women leaders of the OADR, led by ED Marge Andaman, ladies, fellow public servants, partners, and friends, magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. It is truly an honor to be here with all of you as we open not only this convention, but also the very first Alternative Dispute Resolution Week in the Philippines. Hindi lamang po ito isang event sa kalendaryo.
Ito ay isang deklarasyon. A declaration that in our justice system, hindi kailangan palaging nag-aaway, nagsasagutan, o nagdedemandahan ang ending ng bawat hindi pagkakaintindihan. Sometimes, justice is not found in winning a fight. Sometimes, it is found in preventing it. To the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution, congratulations for leading this movement with vision and courage. Hindi madali ang magtulak ng kultura ng pag-uusap sa panahon na mabilis magalit at mabagal makinig ang mga tao. And yet, here we are, gathered with one shared conviction, na mas malakas ang bansang marunong makinig kaysa sa bansang puro sigaw. To all mediators, arbitrators, negotiators, and partners in peace, kayo ang mga tahimik na bayani ng hustisya. Hindi man headline ang trabaho ninyo, pero ramdam pa rin ang epekto. Kapag ang pamilya hindi nagtutuloy sa korte, kayo ang dahilan. Kapag ang mga magkapit-bahay na dating hindi nagbabatian, ngayon nagkakausap na ulit, kayo ang tulay. Kapag ang negosyo ay hindi nagsara dahil nagkaayos ang mga partners, kayo ang nagligtas. That is justice, and that is nation building. This is the mandate of our former DOJ Secretary, now Ombudsman, Jesus Crispin Boying C. Remulla. And as we celebrate this first ADR week, may this not just be ceremonial. May it be a call to action. That ADR be present in every barangay and every agency, that our citizens grow up believing that dignity is not found in shouting, but in understanding. That our justice system be known not only for resolving conflicts, but for preventing them. Sa panahon ngayon, where conflict is loud, let us be the quiet force of peace. Where pride pushes people apart, let us be the bridge. And where the world demands choose a side, let ADR be the voice that says, choose resolution. Mabuhay ang ADR community, mabuhay ang OADR, at mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Isang bansang marunong makipag-usap bago lumaban. Maraming salamat po, and may this week ignite a culture of dialogue that will last far beyond these walls. Para po sa bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you very much, Yusek Gutierrez. We would like to request Yusek, together with our DED, Krista Jem M. Santos, Executive Director, Margaret Raiza Andaman, Director 3, Director Reynalyn Vidalion Varias for a photo op, together with Yusek Margarita Gutierrez. Executive Director Margaret Raiza Andaman, please. Prosecutor General Fadilion is here, so may we request, please, sir, to kindly join us. PD Joan Guevara as well, kindly join us for the photo op. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the unwavering support of the DOJ family to the OADR. At this point in time, it is with great pride that we introduce our next speaker to deliver a message of strengthening justice and harmony. We'd like to welcome on stage the Prosecutor General of the Department of Justice, National Prosecution Service, Attorney Richard Anthony D. Fadilyon. Let us all give him a round of applause.
To the Executive Director, Margaret Riza Andaman, Undersecretary Marge Gutierrez, my favorite Undersecretary, female, of the department, as she's the only one. My colleagues in the Department of Justice, distinguished resource speakers, and experts in the field of alternative dispute resolution. And more importantly, our esteemed participants, advocates, practitioners, and champions of peace and dialogue, who continue to bring the spirit of alternative dispute resolution to life in every community. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. It is an honor to extend my steadfast support to this year's National Alternative Dispute Resolution Convention, organized by the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution. This gathering embodies our collective pursuit of a justice system that is not only fair, but also humane. One that heals relationships rather than deepen divisions. The theme, talk, resolve, and reconnect, strengthening relationships through ADR, is both timely and transformative. It reminds us that genuine justice is not always found in adversarial proceedings, but in dialogue, understanding, and the shared commitment to restore trust. In the National Prosecution Service, we recognize that our work in the courtroom must be complemented by efforts outside of it to promote peace, reconciliation, and restorative justice in our communities. ADR offers a bridge between legal rights and human relationships, enabling us to resolve conflicts efficiently while preserving harmony. I commend the OADR for its leadership in advancing a culture of ADR in both the public and private sectors, and for bringing together a community of practitioners who believe that peace and justice can and must coexist. May this convention further inspire collaboration among all stakeholders, government agencies, the legal profession, civil society, and our international partners, as we continue to build a justice system that truly serves our people. On behalf of the Department of Justice, I wish the OADR and all the participants a meaningful and productive convention. Thank you, and may our shared commitment to dialogue and resolution continue to move our nation towards lasting peace and justice. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang OADR, mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you very much, PG Fadilyon. Muli po, palakpakan po natin si PG Fadilyon. Maraming salamat po. Well, I would say it's a productive morning. Am I right? Do you agree? Yes. Gutom na po ba kayo? Ayan. We are about to have our lunch, but I know it's time to recharge. Lunch will be served to our guests, and during our break, if you will notice, the food are already ready. So there are 4 tables here in Centennial, and in Maynila Ballroom, there are 2 tables. So you can enjoy your lunch later. But then again, please, while you're eating, be entertained as well. You will be entertained by the Sindao Philippines Performing Arts Guild Incorporated. Let me do the honor of introducing them to you. Sindao Philippines Performing Arts Guild is a cultural group that promotes art and culture through the restaging of various folk dances of the Philippines. Sindao Philippines engaged themselves in propagating Filipino culture and arts through songs, dances, and music, as headed by Mr. Randy Carlos Guevara as their artistic director. Under the auspices of the Department of Tourism, the Tourism Promotions Board, and the National Commission Culture and Arts, the group was able to represent the country in different cultural festivals, travel fairs, and travel markets held in other countries to boost the promotion of a tourism industry. Sindao Philippines have been honored twice with the World Class Philippines Awards for Performing Arts in Music and Dance in years 2017 and 2018. Another award has been given to the group by Netizens Best Choice Awards as Best Choice Performing Arts and Dance Company, and the Philippine Social Media Award as a Star Brand Awardee in Performing Arts and Dance Company, chosen by the Philippine Social Media Examiner 2022. Sindao Philippines received the award's Asian Sterling Award for Most Outstanding Cultural Group Performing Group. The Diamond's Excellence Awards recognized Sindao 2024 for Outstanding Cultural Performing Group of the Philippines. The Legacy Awards honored the Sindao for excellence in cultural and contemporary since 2025. As the Maguindanaoan word Sindao, which means light, the group promises to be true to the commitment and advocacy of promoting Philippine art and culture through dance and music. Everyone is encouraged to network, by the way. Visit the exhibition booths that we have outside the Centennial Hall, or you can visit your friends in Maynila Ballroom and enjoy the spread prepared by the Manila Hotel. By the way, the booths there are from Philippine Institute for Dispute Resolution and Arbitration Incorporated, Rotary Club of Manila, the Conflict Resolution Group Foundation and National Center for Mediation, IPOFIL, PDRC, PICCR, MedNet, YCIAC, IBP. And don't forget, we also have a very nice photo booth there for your remembrance souvenir for this convention. So please take a photo on our NADRC 2025 photo wall. And those in Maynila Ballroom, you can also join us here. So there you go. While you're having your lunch, you will also be entertained. So everyone, let's extend our heartfelt applause to the captivating performance of Sindao Philippines Performing Arts Guild. All right, so that you can enjoy the performance of Sindao, you can go to the buffet area now. For our guests, esteemed guests, you will be served on your table. So once again, there are four tables where you can get your food. And while everybody is having their lunch, our performers will be entertaining everyone. Enjoy your lunch, everyone, and let's see each other again after this. Thank you.
Welcome, world, to this big, beautiful country. Find your dreams, give us your heart. Here we are, the rainbow people, reaching out to sunshine people, singing out. Come share our laughter, brother. Your heart in this big, beautiful country. Come and live each great new day. Rainbow country, in this is where it's at. Rainbow country, here in your hero. Warm and friendly people, wherever you go. Use yourself, it's here, your celebrity. Make yourself a part of the family. Treat yourself and see this big, beautiful country. sa haruyo ko'y gianat-ano nangita o kapanibahan ahay sa tanaman ug sa kabulakan ako'y pobreng alindahan sa huyo ko'y gianad-anod nangita o kapanibahan ahay sa tanaman ug sa kabulakan aroy 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 aniya si Bula sa mga kahidlaw aroy 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 di ka ba maluoy ni pobreng alindahan ako'y pobreng alindahan sa huyo ko'y gianad-anod nangita o kapanibahan ahay sa tanaman ug sa kabulakan aroy 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 aniya si Bula sa mga kahidlaw aroy 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 di ka ba maluoy ni pobreng alindahan ako'y pobreng alindahan sa huyo'y gianad-anod nangita o kapanibahan ahay sa tanaman ug sa kabulakan aroy 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 aniya si Bula sa mga kahidlaw aroy 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 di ka ba maluoy ni pobreng alindahan aroy 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 aniya si Bula sa mga kahidlaw aroy 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 lahat ang kaninang kulay. Ang mga ibang nagawitan, kawili-wili silang pakinggan, kawili-wili silang pakinggan. O aking buhay na maligaya, busog ang puso at maging hawa. O aking buhay na maligaya. Balot, ang bili na kayo ng itlog na balot. Sapagkat itong balot ay mainam na gamot sa mga taong laging nalalambot. Balot, Penoy, balot, bili na kayo ng itlog na balot. Sapagkat itong balot ay pampalipas ng pagod at mabisang pampalakas ng tuhod. Balot manong bibili po ako, marami kong kukunin, baba ng presyo.
Basta ikaw, ma'am, may one day pa.
Okay, gawin lahat ng kaibigan kong yan. Balot, Penoy, balot, ang bili na kayo ng itlog na balot. Sapagkat itong balot ay mainam na gamot sa mga taong laging nalalambot. Balot, Penoy, balot, bili na kayo ng itlog na balot. Sapagkat itong balot ay pampalipas ng pagod at mabisang pampalakas ng tuhod. Sapagkat itong balot ay pampalipas ng pagod at mabisang pampalakas ng tuhod. Bili na kayo! Saglit lang po. I'm going to need your help in selling the balot, okay? On my cue, I want everybody to say, balot. Okay po ba? Okay po? Okay, practice po tayo. 1, 2, 3! Mismong-mismo, taig na po natin yung nagbebenta sa labas. Okay? Eto na po tayo, ha? Bili na kayo! And go, 1, 2, 3! Bili na kayo! Dito po, 1, 2, 3! Perfect! Dito sa kabila, 1, 2, 3! Sabay po tayo. 1, 2, 3. Balot. Balot.
Ayan, muli po ang tinikling. You know, a Filipino fiesta will not be complete if not with dancing. So, at this point, we are going to invite you, those brave souls, paunlakan niyo po kami and show us how to dance the tinikling. Our dancers will be roaming around to get those brave souls. Those of you who would want to shed yung kinain agad, para ma-burn agad. All right. Very easy. How about there at the back? Yan. Meron yan. All right. There you go. Our guests. Don't worry. We won't make it as fast. We'll do it very, very, very slow. Naku, maraming nahihiya. All right. We have a lady. One. Over there, and another one here on the other side. All right. Sa kabila. Okay, we have two ladies who's brave enough to dance the tinikling today. Okay, we're gonna go in, and out. In, and out. In, out. There you go. Dating dancer si ma'am. In, out. There you go. Ole. Okay. Ready? And go. And in, out. In, out. Da-da-da-da-dan. Da-da-da-da-dan-dan-dan. Dan-da-da-da-dan-dan. Hey. Da-da-da-da-dan-dan-dan-dan-da-da-da-dan. Hey. Isa. Hey. Dalawa. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much. We have two brave ladies today. Gusto ko sana, wala sa mga men? No? Nobody from the men? Na matapang? Okay. You have seen us dance the tinikling earlier. You've tried it yourselves. Well, the two ladies did try. Mukhang si ma'am, mukhang hasang-hasang tinikling dancer before. But we would like to show you once again how this dance should really be performed. So once again, tinikling! Maraming salamat po.
White sand beaches calling your name, jeepney rides that are never the same, smiles you see shining brightly everywhere, a unique experience we can't wait to share. From Luzon, Visayas down to Mindanao, feel the rhythm of your heart, you're gonna shout it out loud. Love, 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 love the Philippines. Love, 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 love the Philippines. With welcoming arms and smiles so bright, you're gonna love, 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 love the Philippines.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are the Sindao Philippines Performing Arts Guild. Sindao Randalia. My name is Princess Vertudaso. It's been an honor and pleasure to share our culture with you. Maraming salamat po.
Love, 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 love the Philippines. Love, 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 love the Philippines. With welcoming arms and smiles so bright, you're gonna love, 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 love the Philippines. Love the Philippines. Love the Philippines.
Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay!
Once again, thank you to Sindao Philippines Performing Arts Guild. Muli po, palakpakan po natin sila. I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch. Did you? Nag-enjoy po ba ang lahat bukod sa pagkain, pati sa sayaw at kantahan? Tama ba ako? Yes. Okay po. So, that's really a very, very wonderful performance. Thank you once again, Sindao Philippines. We now proceed to Session 2, Corporate ADR Strategies, Managing Risk and Reputation, featuring distinguished experts from the corporate, legal, and ADR sectors. This session will again be moderated by Director Zenith J. Europa.
As we dive into today's second session, allow us to introduce the inspiring individuals who will be sharing their insights on corporate ADR strategies, managing risk and reputation. Our first resource speaker is a pioneer family court mediator and a strong advocate for alternative dispute resolution in the Philippines. As Dean of the University of Perpetual Help Delta College of Law, he integrates ADR principles into legal education, guiding the college's transition to the Juris Doctor program and championing academic initiatives like the Delta Law Lecture Series. His leadership bridges legal education and practical dispute resolution, shaping future lawyers grounded in integrity, justice, and ADR competence. Let us all welcome to the stage Dean Dr. Amado Paulo C. Timayuga.
Our second resource person is an independent arbitrator and in-house counsel at Kyndryl, with legal qualifications in the Philippines and England and Wales. With over a decade of experience, including roles at Kisumbing Torres and the Hong Kong International Arbitration Center, he is a trustee and senior vice president of the Philippine Institute of Arbitrators, chair of the SciArb YMG Philippine chapter, and an accredited arbitrator with PDRC, PICCR, and the OADR. Let's all meet Attorney J. Patrick R. Santiago.
Joining our roster of esteemed resource speakers, a seasoned counsel, arbitrator, mediator, and educator dedicated to advancing alternative dispute resolution in the Philippines. She serves as Dean of the University of Perpetual Help System Delta College of Law, Senior Vice President for Planning and Policy at the National Center for Mediation, and Director for Advocacy and Partnerships at the Conflict Resolution Group Foundation. With nearly 3 decades of legal experience, 15 of which are focused on ADR, she actively practices in construction and international commercial arbitration, while also teaching ADR and civil law in various academic and professional institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Attorney Myra Angeli Gallardo Batungbakal.
Our next speaker is a partner and head of dispute resolution at C & Partners, with 14 years of experience in international and domestic arbitration, including high-profile cases involving the Philippine government and major arbitral institutions like PDRC and SIAC. He serves as one of the Filipino representatives on the Young SIAC Council and holds an LLM with distinction from New York University School of Law. Glenn is also a part-time law professor at Ateneo de Manila Law School, teaching various subjects related to dispute resolution and contributing as a speaker and editorial board member of the IBP Law Journal. Join me in welcoming Attorney Roland Glenn T. Tuazon.
And now, completing our panel of expert speakers, we have a government corporate attorney at the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, previously an associate in the Arbitration and Litigation Practice Group of Folosco, Morales, and Hearst. He is an accredited file counsel and trained arbitrator with the Philippine Dispute Resolution Center and a member of the Chartered Institution of Arbitrators and Philippine Institute of Arbitrators. He holds an LLM in International Economic and Business Law from Kyushu University and lectures on arbitration and alternative dispute resolution law. Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome Attorney Francis Julius Romeo Dato del Valle.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the panel members for joining us here today. So before we start, we'll have Dean Angie and Attorney Kiko discuss and have a brief overview on the spectrum of ADR in general. So it will be very quick, just so all of us are on the same page.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is this working? Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here with you today. And of course, we'll be discussing ADR in corporate setting. But before we do that, the group would want to give you an overview of the conflict resolution spectrum. As we understand it, there are some participants who are not familiar yet with the ADR environment and the ADR mechanisms. So let us give you a brief, just very brief overview of the ADR spectrum. May we have the slide, please? May we have the slide or slides, please, on the conflict resolution spectrum?
There you go, Dean.
Okay, so if we see here, we have different modes of conflict resolution. Now, these are just the basics. It can be more complicated than this, but the group just wants to give you the basics so that you can put in context whatever we discuss this afternoon. So there are actually these mechanisms, negotiation, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, and litigation. So you see litigation there as one of the conflict resolution mechanisms. But if we remove litigation, then we shall be having the ADR spectrum. Next slide, please. Okay, so without litigation, we have the ADR conflict resolution spectrum. So we start with negotiation. This negotiation is just between two parties. There is no third party neutral. And we have all experienced this, at home, in the workplace, or in our offices, right? So we negotiate with the other party. Now, after negotiation and before mediation, we can have dialogues and consultation between and among stakeholders or parties. Now, we also have the dispute board. Now, this is the most recent addition to the mechanisms that we now adopt here in the Philippines. Would you like to say something about this, Attorney Kiko?
Thank you, Dean. So, for dispute boards, there is a third-party neutral which renders a decision. This decision, if not acceptable to the parties may issue a notice of dissatisfaction, in which case the dispute board is a prelude to arbitration. And now here, we go to arbitration, and in arbitration, you have a panel of arbitrators which will render an award, and this award is final and binding on the parties. So this award is in the nature of a compromise agreement, and all matters which can be the subject of a compromise agreement may be submitted to arbitration subject to the Section 6 of your Republic Act 9285 as to which matters cannot be subjected to arbitration. Essentially, arbitration is a private dispute resolution mechanism where the parties submit to the panel of arbitrators their dispute. And in a nutshell, that's arbitration. In the spectrum of alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, it's the closest to litigation. The parties retain a certain control over the procedure, but as the result, as to how their dispute will be resolved, it's entirely left to the panel of arbitrators.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Attorney Kiko. Now, just in gist, no, the dispute board renders a decision in real time. So this concerns real-time disputes. Example, in construction, for instance, no? If there is a construction project and there are issues already between and among the parties, right then and there, the parties talk about it and refer the same issue to the dispute board. And the dispute board will then give already an opinion on the issue, so that the issue will not be elevated anymore to mediation. Now, in mediation, this is not between and among parties solely. There is a third-party neutral we call a mediator, or in Filipino, we call that tagapamagitan. Mediation in Filipino is pamamagitan, when there is a third-party neutral who facilitates the talk, the dialogue, and the discussion, so that both parties can hopefully come up with a compromise agreement. That is mediation. The mediator, however, cannot give legal advice or legal opinion. The mediator simply facilitates the process, is in control of the process. So, the mediator here is an expert, is a process expert. Now, please do not be intimidated if you hear about ad hoc mediation. There are two kinds of mediation. No, we can have the ad hoc mediation, meaning the mediation service is not provided by an institution. No, you can have ad hoc mediator under the trees or in one of the function rooms of Manila Hotel or wherever you would like to have it. The parties choose their mediator, so long, of course, as a mediator is competent and has integrity, right? Or you can bring mediation to the National Center for Mediation, for instance. It is an institution that renders mediation services. Or you can bring it to the conflict resolution group and other mediation centers. In conciliation, there is also a third-party neutral. The third-party neutral also does not give any decision. There is no decision, there is no award. No, the third-party neutral also functions like a mediator, but gives legal opinion and gives legal advice. Now, at the end of the spectrum is arbitration. As Attorney Kiko has said, this is the one closest to litigation. Why? No, there is a sole arbitrator or a tribunal that renders an award. We call it an award, not as a decision, to separate us or to distinguish us from the judiciary. The arbitral tribunal or the sole arbitrator renders an award akin to the decision of our judges and justices. So may I give the floor now to anyone of our participants who would like to speak briefly about arbitration? Jay or Dean Pao?
Anyway, if I may add, I think for the most part, Dean Angie already mentioned the spectrum for ADR. So focusing on arbitration, as Dave said, it's the closest already that you can get to having an award similar to a court proceedings. However, I think the beauty about arbitration is that you have a third party neutral chosen by the parties themselves. So that gives comfort to the parties in the decision-making process. Do you want to add some more, Attorney Jay?
I think just one more thing about arbitration, just to really answer the question na ano ba yung arbitration na yan? And I usually say, it's like you're hiring a private judge. Right? So that's exactly how it looks like. You're hiring a private judge. The judge is a service provider who will provide a service. And what is this service? This person will render an award, in other words, a decision that is binding between the parties. Now, why would you want someone private, right? Why don't you just go to court? There are a lot of benefits, one of which is you are not bound by the rules of court, which are very stringent and hindi siya ganun ka-flexible. It can actually be slower if you go to court as opposed to going to arbitration. So mas mabilis siya. And another thing is confidentiality. Arbitration proceedings are confidential in the Philippines as opposed to court litigation where you would probably just go to a court and then listen to the hearings there, and you'll find out that there are parties who are in dispute. As opposed to arbitration, if you go to arbitration, no one will find out about it, and if one of the parties tries to disclose any information about the arbitration or the arbitration itself, the other party would have remedies in court to ensure that the proceedings are confidential.
Yes, thank you very much, Attorney Jay, for giving us salient features of ADR. But I would also want to add that there is party autonomy in all these mechanisms. The parties can choose their mediator and also choose members of the arbitral tribunal. We cannot do that when we bring our cases in court, right? Who of us here has actually chosen the judge or the justice who will handle our cases? None, correct? And of course, I hope that none of us here has influenced the ruffling of cases, correct? But here in ADR, we have control of the proceedings. We have a choice of who will be our third-party neutral. And that is one of the benefits of ADR. And we're all here to make you converts and make you ADR advocates after this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean Angie and everyone else. So now that we're all on the same page, let's go to the practical part because sometimes the parties prefer to undergo the ADR process, as Jay already mentioned, arbitration, for example, due to confidentiality, to manage risks and reputation, right? So it's very important to know how to draft a clause. Like, based on your experience, what was there a standout part of the clause that avoided dispute or from being public? Or internal mechanisms that corporations or companies have to avoid disputes?
If I can just comment on that, right? So I think later on we can discuss about how we can draft an arbitration clause or an ADR clause. As mentioned by Dean Angie earlier, party autonomy is part of ADR. In other words, parties should agree, right, in writing that you are undergoing an ADR mechanism, at least in a commercial sense. Of course, there is statutory ADR, but when we talk about commercial ADR, both parties should agree to it, right? So I think one of the intention of this panel is to not really, well, maybe make you advocates of ADR, pero for me personally, if you just try to have an ADR clause in your contract, happy na ako dun. Right? Basta put it there.
That's a
Put it
big
there.
step already for everyone. If we're able to add an ADR clause in our contracts.
Correct. And when we talk about ADR, again, it's a reminder that ADR is not just arbitration. It is not just mediation. In fact, sabi nga ni Angie kanina, these are just examples yung nakita nyo in our background. There are many, many kinds of ADR. And because party autonomy is the background of it, you can come up with as many ADR mechanisms as you want. Kahit mag-flip coin kayo, if you agree that that's gonna govern your dispute, that's gonna resolve your dispute, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Again, party autonomy.
For as long as there's meeting of the minds between the parties, so they can decide upon what type of ADR mechanism they would prefer.
Yes. May I know who are lawyers here who draft contracts? Please raise your hands. Okay.
I know there are many lawyers in the venue today.
Yes. And are there people from HR? Okay, as the gentlemen here beside me have said a while back, we can have mediation, arbitration, or ADR clauses in our contracts. Of course, it would help if we have ADR mechanisms in our corporations, no? Whether it be micro, small, or medium-sized enterprise, or government agencies, or private corporations, it will really help if we have their ADR clauses so that that can be an option, so that people or parties will not have to go to protracted litigation that may take 10, 20, or even more than 20 years to be resolved.
Siguro one example lang for me, no, na nakatulong ito. Kasi she was asking about standout DR clauses or dispute resolution clauses that actually in practice helped protect the reputation of parties instead of going out. And when I say protection the reputation of the parties, this means the dispute going outside, di ba? Magiging public siya, and it's gonna be a field day for the media, di ba? So I am involved in a couple of disputes, and one of the, I think, very important ADR clause that I have seen is having a governance process in your contract. So, I mean, the usual clause that we have when we think about ADR is all disputes arising from this contract shall be resolved by arbitration in the Philippines, among others. May dagdag pa yan. Pero one thing that we forget is before going to the formal dispute resolution process, there are a lot of internal dispute resolution processes that we can get into. And that may include governance. And when I say governance, that means from the level pa lang, let's say, of delivery, yung mga tao pa lang mismo na nasa baba, before meron silang, let's say, meeting every week or every month, and they will discuss what happened, bakit ganito yung nangyari, pag-usapan natin how to resolve this, and we can fix it so in the future it will not happen again. If that is not resolved in that level, there can be an additional level of governance. Pupunta siya, let's say, to the managers. And then the managers will resolve it, let's say, in their monthly meeting. And afterwards, if it still cannot be resolved, it can go all the way up to the executives, in which case, usually, in my experience, it stops there. It stops there. It doesn't need to go to the formal dispute resolution clause natin, na arbitration agad, or going to court, or even mediation. It is resolved by the parties through negotiations, through different representatives within or between the parties themselves. Again, in that particular instance, saving the parties from additional cost, saving the parties' reputation instead of other people knowing about it, natapos niyo siya just amongst the two of you.
Okay, so I think what's key here is really early intervention. At the onset, if ADR mechanisms are set into play, I think that will save a lot for businesses, big corporations, in terms of resources, time, and other aspects such as running the risk of reputational damage.
Yes, if I may share with you, the National Center for Mediation and the Conflict Resolution Group push for a mediation clause. No, and since the National Center for Mediation is an arm of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce, so convener groups or members of these convener groups have that mediation clause so that if there is any dispute intra or inter corporations, then that matter is brought to us. And so the mediation case, no, more often than not, is terminated at that level because parties are able to come up with a mutually gratifying agreement. And since they both participated in that agreement, they're bound actually to have that enforced. No, yes.
So what I'm getting here is it's really important to have an early and layered risk mitigation system, right? What about you, Glenn? As a representative of YSIAC and also a law partner, right? What can you say about internal mechanisms in corporations to avoid dispute?
So actually advising both local and foreign clients, especially I advise a lot of Japanese clients as well in the Philippines. A lot of them, their biggest fear is to end up being in Philippine courts. I think we all know that. No? They're afraid of the lack of speed. They're afraid of the unknown. They're afraid that they might be stuck for 10 years. Actually, in fact, when I started practicing around 15 years ago, I remember one of my senior partners from Romulo, Attorney Nicandro, is there. No, I remember inheriting a case that was already pending for 12 years, I think, and it was still on pre-trial. So, of course, I think there are things that have sped things along now, but the fact remains pa rin that a lot of companies, a lot of clients want to stay away from the courts. They want to look for solutions that will make them not have to go through that process. So to answer your question, Director Z, what Jay was mentioning is very valuable in my practice. No? Internal mechanisms. We need to identify what are the levels by which that dispute can be resolved. Is it on the technical level? Is it on the commercial level? Or is it on the top level? And I think those three are usually where the flashpoints are, diba? Is the disagreement on something that mere lawyers like us cannot understand the technicalities? Is it somewhere pera-pera, no, commercial, where the solution is? Or is it reputational, like what Jay was mentioning as well? The company doesn't want to go into a protracted litigation. And just one last point on that, like what Director Z was saying then, no? I'm one of the Philippine representatives in the YSIAC. So SIAC is the Singapore International Arbitration Center. So and there are excellent arbitration centers, of course, in institutions in the Philippines, but there are also options, if you want, to have an institution outside the Philippines be the handling institution for that dispute. So usually kung cross-border yung transaction, sometimes they might want to place it in a country where the institution is neutral, hindi galing sa party, country of the party. So a lot of options. Nag-start na si Dean, Angie, on all of that. No? I think as practitioners, as advisors to corporate clients, I think there are a lot of SME clients here now. We need to know that it's not a black and white choice of dispute, we go to court. Dispute, we go to litigation. There is a menu of options. No? Hindi ito parang one meal lang para tayong buffet. Pwede nating i-mix and match kung anong gusto natin.
What about on the government side, Kiko? Because OGCC engages with different companies when it comes to procurement, for example. How does OGCC usually do it, or government in general?
So for GOCCs, we usually review contracts, and for the dispute resolution clauses, it's ideal to always refer to the model arbitration clauses. It depends on each arbitral institution has their own model clauses, and it's best to follow that to avoid any problems in the future whenever a dispute arises already. Now, we're discussing commercial arbitration right now in the context of the ADR Act, RA 9285. But since a couple or several members of the audience are from government-owned and controlled corporations, the GOCCs, perhaps it's also important to mention that if the dispute involves two GOCCs or national government agency and the GOCC or two national government agencies, you have to go through your PD 242, which provides for arbitration, and this is required for all government offices. Now, there's a difference, however, if the party is a government agency dealing with or transacting with a private entity, a private corporation, in which case you'll have to go through your arbitration in the context of RA 9285 or commercial arbitration. And then you also have to differentiate arbitration from arbitration in labor or voluntary arbitration. So that's also different. Now, for government corporations, it's up to the government corporation on which institution they want to tap as the institution that will administer their dispute. We'll leave it to them. We just make sure that there's no problem with the arbitration clause. And we just also make sure that sometimes there are required arbitration clauses based on the funding institution. So certain government projects are funded by, for instance, the ADB, and they have their forms. They follow the FIDIC, for instance. So that's how we approach it from the government side.
Thank you for that, Kiko. So now we're talking about drafting ADR clauses, right?
Director, if I may just add, no? You see, there is EO 5232 that mandates government agencies to have mediation boards. Also, different agencies have quasi-judicial bodies also. And so these adjudication bodies also form part of the spectrum. So we government agencies such as the DAR, Department of Agrarian Reform, DENR, DTI, for instance, IPO. So these government agencies and others also have these ADR mechanisms, not to address problems within their institutions or within their entities and between their institution and third party.
Yes.
Thank
you.
If I can add also,
Yes.
just one more thing, no? Kasi they were talking about ADR clauses in government contracts, diba? Kiko, there's a EO 78, if I'm not mistaken, that actually requires, or encourages, actually requires government agencies to have ADR clauses in their contracts. If you're an LGU, you're encouraged to put it there. And there's an IRR na of EO 78 issued by NEDA, if I'm not mistaken. So again, it is very relevant for government agencies to understand when and how to insert an ADR clause in your contracts.
So since Jay already mentioned EO 78, I may also mention as well the new Government Procurement Act and the new PPP Act, which also requires that disputes be resolved through arbitration. So with these developments, most disputes involving government contracts will be resolved through arbitration.
Yeah. Just a note there, Director. I think one of the things that ADR advocates can also look into is how to help these government agencies and private corporations to have their respective ADR mechanisms. Because, almost 21 years have already passed since we had ADR law of 2004, right? It's now 2025, so that has been already a total of 21 years, right? And yet there are still government agencies and private corporations that do not have ADR mechanisms. Sadly, unfortunately, but looking at things positively, maybe we can look into that and assist them also in having their own ADR mechanisms.
It's good that there are already laws mandating the inclusion of an ADR clause in contracts, especially in procurement contracts in the government, right? For private institutions, and this is based on everyone's experiences, what's a common mistake in drafting an ADR clause? And how can we avoid in doing that? Let's assist the audience. How can they avoid in having that kind of mistake?
Can I jump in on that? I think the biggest mistake is being too creative or writing it from scratch. I think here is one of the instances where copying is the best policy. Now, like what Kika was saying, there are model clauses. Like for instance, in arbitration, if you go to the website of the institution that we wish to include an arbitration clause of, for example, the Singapore International Arbitration Center, there are model clauses. If we copy and paste it and just fill in the details that are needed, for example, do we choose between a sole arbitrator or a tribunal? Do we choose where the seat of the arbitration is? The seat of the arbitration is in the Philippines. Yun lang, no? Because sometimes I've seen what they call pathological arbitration clauses. Pathological meaning parang may sakit, where you don't even know if it's binding, you don't know if it's mandatory, you are not sure if it's institutional or ad hoc. Ad hoc meaning walang institution that's governing it. And unfortunately, we spend more time trying to decipher what the dispute resolution clause requires rather than going through the dispute resolution process itself. So if to start off the conversation, maybe copy-paste, no? Control plus C, Control plus V is your best friend. That's the
So
starting
this is the
point.
only instance where plagiarism is allowed.
It's allowed. It's allowed.
Can I just give a qualification to what Glenn said?
And
all right?
I would also
yes,
comment
okay?
on that.
Because he mentioned, don't be creative, just cut and paste. The model clause. Don't
model
cut,
clause.
don't
The
cut
model-
and paste. I mean, don't cut and paste an ADR clause from an existing contract and cut and paste it in another contract, hoping or thinking that that's the best arbitration clause for that new contract. Because as he mentioned, some clauses are pathological. So if you just cut and paste a pathological clause from one and cut it and paste it on the
Parang
next one.
You're just replicating the mistake.
Exactly,
It may
like
not-
COVID-19, yung pathological na.
Okay. I will try to break down to you in simpler terms what the gentlemen are saying. Do not get one sentence from one model clause and then paste it to another sentence in another model clause, and do not have 5 sentences from different model clauses. Otherwise, you will have a convoluted model clause, right? Where there could be pathological problems like issues on jurisdiction, for instance. Saan nyo dadalhin? Ano ang may jurisdiction, right? You may have conflicting, inconsistent statements. But if you copy just one, okay, I am right with you there, Attorney Glenn and Attorney
Pero,
Jay.
Attorney-
Pero mahirap din yun. But we just have to be prudent.
Pero Dean, siyempre question naman, siyempre nag-moderate na. No, pero question lang din, di ba? Parang when we talk about don't cut and paste arbitration clauses, cut and paste arbitration clauses, what exactly is an arbitration clause? How does it look like?
Yeah, what does it state? Yeah. Sige. So the usual arbitration clause would just provide that in case of any dispute, conflict arising from disagreement, then it will be submitted for arbitration to this place, and with the particular arbitrators selected already at that. So pretty much it's simple, direct. So key, just like in drafting any contract, I suppose, is that you have to be clear in drafting that arbitration clause, that there won't be any rule for any other interpretation whatsoever. Okay? So keep it simple, keep it direct, and sending the message that when the time comes that a dispute would arise, then clearly it would be referred to a particular arbitration center or an ad hoc arbitration tribunal with the particular arbitrators already mentioned and agreed upon by the parties.
If I can just add, no, since kanina sabi ko nga, basta maglagay lang kayo ng ADR clause or arbitration clause sa contract ninyo, happy na ako, di ba? It can be as simple as all disputes arising from this agreement shall be resolved by arbitration in the Philippines. So again, i-record nyo. All disputes arising from this agreement shall be resolved by arbitration in the Philippines. That is an enforceable arbitration clause, albeit ad hoc arbitration.
Yes. Just to add to that, no? So any dispute arising from this agreement or contract or related thereto, So it may be a construction contract, but insurance may be related to that. So you may want to put that so in your arbitral clause so that the SIAC, or the Construction Industry Arbitration Commission, can have jurisdiction, no? And exercise its sole and exclusive jurisdiction on construction controversies. So, ulitin ko lang po, tatagalugin ko na ano po yung mga kailangan. Maari po ninyong ilagay kung anong institusyon o saang institusyon ninyo pinaplano dalin. Ad hoc ho ba o institutional o sa institution? Ilan po ang gusto ninyong arbitrators? Isa o tatlo? Ano pong wika ang gusto ninyong gamitin? Tagalog, Ingles, Frances, Espanyol, no? Depende de ti. Kayo po, nasa sa inyo po yan. At yung maybe seat of arbitration kung arbitration po. May idadagdag pa po kayo? Apart from those?
Yun nga. So kanina, sinabi ko yung pinaka-basic na arbitration clause, which is already enforceable. Yung sinabi ni Dean Angie, I think really just reflects that ADR, arbitration, is a product of party autonomy. So if you want to add more, and that is more tailored to your dispute, as she said, you can put there the number of arbitrators. You can put there an institution that will administer your arbitration. Instead of saying all disputes arising, you can put relating to or in connection with. That's also fine. It means you're exposing the scope of the arbitration agreement. So there are a lot of things that you can put there. However, as Glenn mentioned earlier, let's not be super creative. Diba? Kasi if you add more in that arbitration clause and you make it very, very complicated, baka magkamali lang po tayo.
And that's diba? Where the conflict may arise.
Exactly. So dahan-dahan lang sa pag-revise and just make sure that the basics are there.
Yes, Glenn, do you have anything to add?
No. Sasabihin ko lang, preno lang. Tama naman yan. Ganun talaga, no? So, yeah, I think one related thing, no, that based on what we were talking about before, when I've seen, it was a dispute that we saw before. The arbitration clause, the dispute resolution clause, integrated within it a lot of extra prior steps that the parties need to take before arbitration. Of course, because they were very tedious, or one party found it tedious or they found it useless, they went straight to arbitration. Ang naging debate or naging controversy during the arbitration is, should the parties have mandatorily complied with all of the preconditions before going to arbitration? Meaning, is it a jurisdictional question? Or is it just an issue of admissibility? Meaning, pwede na bang start yung arbitration and then they can just comply with it after the fact, maybe before the arguments are submitted. Maybe we wasted 3 of our hearing days just resolving that. So if you don't want to waste a lot of the hearing days on that, maybe like what Jay was also mentioning, yun nga, you can make it bespoke, but you have to be careful the more we stray farther from our model clause.
That's true. Because sometimes, sometimes for practitioners, especially those who are new in ADR, they just copy and paste from the previous contracts that they handle. No? So it's important that we're not too creative for that matter, or that we ask our lawyers, our seniors, and then seek model clauses, and then just pattern it from there. So on a governance level, for the inclusion of ADR, it's not as promoted as we want it to be, right? So how do we convince executives, senior executives, to have internal processes, ADR processes, as to mitigate risks and be able to handle disputes well?
I think there should be a buy-in first. No, the management will have to be convinced that ADR mechanisms will serve their purpose. Maybe if the corporations can know that there is cost, no, for cost of conflict, then they will understand the need for ADR mechanisms. May we please show the 4th slide? And just to acquaint you with cost of conflicts. May we show, please?
Can we show the slide?
Yes, the 4th slide. Okay, I want you to see these first. This is the 3rd slide. May we just have that 3rd slide first? Okay, here we show you that there is that path of ADR and there is that path of litigation. And both paths are toward justice. Okay, so we just want to emphasize that. Okay, 4th slide, please. Okay, here, what is the cost of conflict? Allow me to stand, please, so I can see the slide better. Please. Press it some more. Press it. Okay, when there is conflict, there is 70% of productivity loss. So imagine conflicts in manufacturing firms, conflicts in factories. 70% of productivity is sacrificed. We have 65% performance problems. 90% of involuntary departures or resignations. 50% of voluntary departures. No, yung isa involuntary, the other voluntary departures. 150% of annual salary to be replaced. 30% of managers' time negotiating instead of the manager attending to other pressing matters. Now, in businesses, conflict always has a cost. No? And when there is labor dispute, that will cause lost productivity and decrease in profit. And that is why we want to prevent disputes or address them at the soonest time possible, no? To prevent further losses. Now, 52% also suffers harassment. 30% of the employees are absent. So there is 30% absenteeism, 50% of health bills, probably because of the stress. All right? And then 10% of theft and sabotage. And businesses, of course, cannot afford any percentage of theft and sabotage because that 10% can already translate into profit. So these are some of the costs of conflict. And so we try not to have conflicts. If management will realize this, then management will be open to having ADR mechanisms. And so we can turn these off now. There should also, after knowing this and knowing the benefits of ADR, then management may be more inclined to having ADR mechanisms in the office. No, and that so that the default will not be litigation anymore, right? Thank you.
So Dean Angie already touched on labor disputes. What about shareholder disputes? Because these types of disputes also exist in companies or corporations. What are ADR modes or approaches that can keep the disputes confidential yet fair?
If I can comment on that one, there's under our revised corporation code, it expressly mentions that intra-corporate disputes are now arbitrable, right? And that means you can put an ADR clause or specifically an arbitration clause in your articles of incorporation, in your bylaws, or in a separate agreement. And what that means is that if you have an intra-corporate dispute, you don't have to go to court. Instead, your dispute will be referred to ADR, specifically arbitration. So that again ensures that the benefits of arbitration are present in your intra-corporate dispute. Now, there are a couple of reasons why this is actually significant, because intra-corporate disputes are arguably non-arbitrable, especially if it involves third parties. Right? Though, for instance, managers, the directors, the shareholders who are not the original shareholders, they might not have signed the articles of incorporation or even the bylaws in the first place. Our law itself allows or clarifies that even in those instances that those shareholders were not signatories to the articles of incorporation or bylaws, or even the managers and executives, they can still be parties to an arbitration involving an intra-corporate dispute. Just for your reference, the implementing rules of Section 181 of the Revised Corporation Code, which is the clause that allows the referral to ADR of intra-corporate disputes, that's actually SEC Memorandum Circular number 8 series of 2022. So do have a look at that. It specifically talks about the role of the SEC as a default appointing authority in those particular arbitrations. And also it provides certain forms that you can use to submit to the SEC if you want them to appoint an arbitrator for your intra-corporate dispute.
What about for pre-arbit or pre-dispute clauses? Are there ways to have that, for example, in shareholder agreement?
So just to hop on what Jay was saying and to add on. And by the way, before I continue, I want to flex Jayren because I think he was one of the advisors, I think, in the drafting of that memorandum circular. So if you have any questions on the SEC memorandum circular on the incorporation of arbitration clauses in the articles of incorporation, that's your guy, no? So apart from that, before kasi, like to answer what Direk Z was saying, we have a lot of shareholder disputes where it's based on a shareholders agreement. And I think a lot of us are familiar with that. For instance, it's a 60-40 joint venture between a foreign corporation and a local corporation. Maybe it's a landholding corporation. The shareholders agreement will usually contain a lot of the mechanisms, diba, for the dispute resolution. You even have options that are arguably not within the spectrum, no? Like maybe you have a put option, diba? Or maybe you have a deadlock provision there if ever there is a disagreement on any key decision. You can even have thresholds on corporate approvals, meaning a list of, these are the list of actions that require at least majority or a supermajority or unanimous consent among the shareholders, which is, of course, a mechanism to determine na hindi mare-railroad ang minority. Those shareholders' agreements would have those features. But apart from that, I think one of the best developments, and unfortunately underutilized, is this inclusion of an arbitration agreement, or arbitration clause in the articles of incorporation of a corporation. Because you don't need to rely on a shareholders' agreement anymore. Ipasok nyo na sa articles of incorporation. So whoever signs on as a shareholder of the corporation will be bound by that. So we will have less of the corporate disputes be heard in front of the courts, and we will have it more within arbitral tribunals. If the goal of what Director Z was saying, we don't want the embarrassment, we don't want the cost of arbitration that Dean Angie was saying. Yan yun, no? There's still a cost in arbitration, pero mas mabilis. Less embarrassment, less scandal, and less pain in the butt, no? So, so I think these are all options that are available to us.
So that's one solution. Just add arbitration clause. Just have an arbitration clause in the Articles of Incorporation, so it's easier, and it's not. We don't have to look into the shareholders agreement pa. Para lang
You can have it as well, di ba? Pero better, di ba? Unfortunately, I don't see it so much. I don't know for my fellow practitioners, for corporate lawyers, no, or those advising drafting contracts, drafting articles of incorporation. I think less than 10% or less pa na I've seen na articles of incorporation have arbitration clauses. Sorry, I cut off somebody. Yeah.
No, that's okay. That is, I think, novel, Attorney Glenn, no? And Attorney Jay, thank you for that input. Imagine actually institutionalizing already ADR, right, within the framework of the corporation, if it is included in the AOAI, and not merely on contracts that corporations enter into.
So
we have already the principle of the doctrine of separability, but with that, it further strengthens ADR.
So just an example, right? Yes. Why that's very important. I've been advising a group in the Visayas regarding certain e-jeepneys. So these e-jeepneys were actually purchased by companies. Okay, and the problem is there are problems on paying the banks that loaned these corporations so they can purchase e-jeepneys. Now the problem is since they defaulted, there needs to be a restructuring of the loan agreement. The problem is they have an intra-corporate dispute, right, which is not covered by the CDA, the Cooperative Development Authority. So hindi ngayon malaman ni LTFRB or ni LTO anong gagawin natin. Kasi kapag na-foreclose itong mga e-jeepneys na to, it will affect public transport in that region. Ang dami-daming e-jeepneys nun. So ngayon, anong gagawin natin ngayon? So had they had an ADR clause in their Articles of Incorporation, they would have known how to resolve that intra-corporate dispute, as opposed to right now, nagkakagulo sila, paano ba nila i-resolve yun?
Thank you.
Kiko, do you want to say anything?
So for government corporations, it's not usual that there are intra-corporate disputes. For government corporations, these are either created by law or created under the General Corporation Code, or there are also certain government corporations which were sequestered, in which case the government is not the only shareholder. However, these corporations were created way back before the new government, the new corporation code was put into law. So what's perhaps what I can contribute into the discussion would be transactions involving joint venture agreements. Since under the PPP code, all joint venture agreements are already covered under the PPP code, as opposed to the previous regime where you have the 2008 NADRC guidelines, you have the build, operate, transfer law, and then you also have a separate another law issued in 2013 for joint ventures. So now, all these forms of public-private partnerships, the legal framework will be the PPP code. And under the PPP code, it's mandatory to undergo arbitration. If you want it to be multi-tiered, it's possible. But perhaps it's also important to have it reviewed by your respective in-house counsels and, of course, the OGCC. And in fact, the OGCC takes a different role. It's a different type of review that we will do as the Principal Law Office of Government Corporations. So, and with that, the use of arbitration in GOCCs will be more common. And it's actually, most likely, it will be the norm in the next few years.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm sure our audience learned a lot from the experiences of our panel members. But before we close in, I would like to ask all participants, what's one bold ADR strategy Philippine businesses should adopt to strengthen governance and manage risks? So at the end of the day, we still want to help the SMEs, how they'll be able to strengthen their governance and manage risk, and what's one bold strategy that we think that they should adopt. Let's start with Jay.
Buti ako yung una para hindi niyo na pwedeng kunin.
Copyhin.
No, for me, it's more of, when I was looking at the question, right? I mean, it says bold move. Diba? So I was thinking, ano ba yung bold na hindi siya basta na-suggest na before. But I think for me, it's more about the lawyers and the lawyers changing their mindset. So when a client approaches a lawyer, or if you are, let's say, a business folk, or you're an in-house counsel working for a company, and you see a dispute, think of yourself as an ADR advocate, right? Think of yourself as a negotiator, as a possible mediator, as opposed to being the lawyer that's protecting or in defense. So I've had a couple of disputes now with other in-house counsels. And I think it really helped when both of the lawyers on each side actually advise their clients from the perspective of a conflict resolution person, as opposed to really saying, ay, tama ako, mali kayo. Diba? So I think that's one bold move that I think until now, I'm asking our pañeras, to please, when you are advising your clients, don't think of it as, let's go to court, but instead, let us be ADR advocates ourselves.
And I can only assume that it's difficult because we've been taught for years how lawyering is equal to litigation. So, but that's really important recommendation from Che. What about you, Dean Paolo?
Okay. To my mind, conflict is inevitable. So in the corporate setting, I believe that operational risks and reputational damage are both very important. And for a company to institutionalize ADR mechanisms would greatly help the company in terms of brand managing, in terms of it having that reputation of being fair and efficient in its conflict resolutions. So in the end, I think if ADR mechanisms are embedded, institutionalized, it would greatly help companies. As pointed out earlier by Dean Ange, the cost of conflict is just too much. And if companies can really put in place the proper ADR mechanisms, they can focus more on their business operations rather than in the conflicts that they would have to deal with.
This is one of the cases wherein it's really top to bottom. The senior executives themselves have to encourage or have to see the importance of ADR. Because at the end of the day, if the senior executives do not want to undergo ADR, it's not going to undergo ADR, right?
Yeah, you are correct there, Director. CORE and NCM have been going rounds and have been attending business conferences of the members of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce. So we have been pushing for the mediation clause or the ADR clause in SMEs, among SMEs, small, medium enterprises. Also, we have been going around the Philippines also advocating for the institutionalization of ADR mechanisms in government agencies. Actually, we have already assisted several government agencies, the DAR, the DENR to have their processes, starting from mediation, adjudication to conciliation. So that I think would be very good if all government agencies and business entities to adopt ADR mechanisms. And of course, it all starts with mind setting. So maybe we can do simultaneous trainings, not only of the managers first, but also of the rank and file. No, both ways. So we cut both ways and do the vertical and horizontal approach. So
Yes.
thank you.
Capacity building of the lawyers and the practitioners and the rank and file employees is also important.
And to emphasize also that not all mediators are lawyers.
Yes.
And also, not all participants in mediation are lawyers. In fact, lawyers are discouraged to be present in the mediation process because our training is really for combat, right? And of course, that is not the way in ADR. We have non-adversarial communication and we try to maintain professional and
Not to downplay the lawyers. I think lawyers also would have an important role to play in the mediation process in terms of maybe advising their clients along the way.
Yes, during recess, Dean. Okay,
In
thank
terms
you.
of capacity building, I just want to comment dyan na capacity building. There's CORE, of course. There's the Philippine Institute of Arbitrators. There are the various arbitral institutions, the PDRCI, PICCR, who are open to giving capacity building lectures, workshops, seminars. So feel free to approach them. They're very open to these kinds of partnerships.
And we'd like to also acknowledge the presence of a new ADR center here, which is PIDRA, run by, of course, Dean Rodel. Is Dean Rodel here? And of course, Dean Paulo, right?
Thank you, Dean Angie, for that.
So just approach PDRCI, PIDRA, PIR, PICCR.
NCM,
They're all
core,
here.
They're all here. The officers are here.
Yeah, all present.
What about you, Glenn?
Bold move, I think, for me, is to remove the A from ADR. Of course, A means alternative. It's alternative to litigation. But I think the mindset right now is it's an alternative to the default, and the default is still litigation. So ADR means A, it's your second choice, it's your second option, it's something that maybe is on the side. So my bold move is to remove the A. I think ADR should just become DR. No, this should be more mainstream, and it should start from knowing what the options are. So if you remember the slide that Dean Angie flashed, that's all, or that's just even a few of the basic options. They can be even more bespoke. Second is to try it out. Minention nga ni Dean Paulo, there's a bunch of institutions represented here with their, providing that kind of service. And to get out of the mindset, especially I know we have a lot of SMEs attending here, that ADR is simply available to the big corporations, if you're in the top 100 corporations. No, it's actually very accessible. Many arbitral institutions, like for instance, even the SIAC, have streamlined procedures where you can make it really a documents-only arbitration. You can have a shortened procedure, no need to present witnesses. It's all in our hands. So it's all accessible and it's all there. So again, my bold move is hopefully when we see each other again, sabi nga, 21 years na since the ADR Act. Hopefully it's gonna be just the DR Act, moving forward, because dispute resolution should be more catered to what the parties need rather than what is the default prescribed.
Attorney Glenn, will you be open to having A stand for appropriate?
Yes. appropriate
Para ADR
dispute
pa rin.
We will
resolution.
amend the law.
Or
Accessible.
Accessible dispute
resolution.
resolution. Okay, I'll be open to that too.
So
You
let's
have
not
to
use
think of
alternative
appropriate or accessible, yes.
rather than alternative. Kasi pag
Yes.
alternative, parang, ay, ano lang to.
It's a second option. or
It's a
next,
second
yeah.
tier.
You're right. You're
Ayun,
right.
anyway, maybe that's the mindset change we want. No?
Yeah.
In fact, in some other countries, they dropped the A already and just use DR, referring to ADR as we know it. And last, Attorney Kiko.
So maybe to cap it off, alternative dispute resolution or dispute resolution, as you would, brings value not only to government corporations but also to private businesses, private entities, because number one, it helps in avoiding disputes. Number two, in the resolution of disputes, definitely it provides a different door towards resolving disputes instead of just the traditional having to go to court to resolve your disputes. You can go to arbitration or alternatively negotiation, mediation. But one point that I would also like to make is that there's much work to be done, especially in the government, in the sense that in the government, we can only work within the limits of what's provided or allowed under the law. So for instance, we can't just enter into compromise agreements without having it approved by courts. And sometimes if it's a disputed claim, then you still have to go to Congress and get a presidential approval. That's one thing that I've discussed this with some of my colleagues in the OGCC, and it appears that we haven't seen that work yet, that mechanism. So I'm certainly right now. We can only suggest how we can go about that, but I hope that's one obstacle that we want to address, perhaps in the years to come.
I agree. So in the government, we're lucky that the Supreme Court strongly encourages the use and support the use of ADR. So at least we have the direction there. So for questions, we're now open to questions from the audience. Just scan the QR, and then I think the staff will inform us of the questions. Or does anyone have a question from the audience?
Sawan, I think there's a question there.
There's a question
Yes,
there.
sir.
Yes, sir. There's a question.
Yes, sir.
Sorry ako na naman. Anyway, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Actually, this is not a question. This is a suggestion, actually. In our barangay, we are always being flooded by complaints from lending companies. Although we're telling them that their problem, their issue is no longer handled by the Katarong Pambarangay, but still they insist that the barangay shall mediate, because considering maybe the amount involved. So we want also to help our constituents, so that's why we're mediating their problem. But then we're telling them that we cannot, in case we cannot, a settlement is not reached, we cannot issue a certificate of file action, because one is a juridical entity which is not allowed by law. So if I may suggest, perhaps we can do something about amending the law.
We're
Thank you very much.
currently looking into and even starting already the proposed revisions on RA 9285. So with the leadership of ED Marge, I think will be done within the year or early next year, but we definitely will take that into consideration, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon,
Good
sir.
afternoon, sir.
My question is regarding graft and corruption. Sa barangay din po. This is only clarification. This is 15 years ago. Pero yung kaso, buhay pa hanggang ngayon. So ngayon, ang tanong ko po dito, shortcutting ko na lang po, hindi ko na umpisahan sa ano. Tungkol sa calamity fund ito, parang ghost project din nangyari. Kasi yung calamity fund, nangyari yun, September yun na may bagyo. And then, nag-calamity fund yung barangay chairman na pinalabas 120 kabans of rice. So, nag-deliver ng 70 kabans, and then yung 50 kabans, nilipat sa second floor, kinuna ng picture. So, naging 120 kabans lahat. So, in short, napailan ng kaso sa ombudsman. Nakakuha yung isang kagawad ng physical evidence na sufficient naman siya. Ngayon, yung 5, isa doon yung kontraktor. Ngayon po, nasuspende po sila ng 90 days. So after the ombudsman, bumaba po sa civil case. Ngayon po, pagdating sa civil case, itong last May 2025, nahatulan po sila, na guilty po sila. Ito ang tanong ko po. Di ba pag ordinaryong tao, pag nahatulan na po, nabasahan na po, pinupusasan na po agad at ikinukulong. Pero ito, iba. Nag-motion sila ng bill for 30 days. Tapos, after 30 days, yung motion nila, dapat malaman after 15 days yung resulta. Pero walang nangyaring resolution na sagot. So, ito ba'y part ng rules of court sa ginawang yon? Nahatulang ka na, pagkatapos pwede ka pang mag-bill?
Sige, I'll answer that po. Magandang hapon po. Anyway, yung kaso nyo po kasi is a criminal case. So yung rule, pag criminal cases po, hindi applicable sa ADR mechanism. But addressing your question whether the bail was proper or not? Bail after conviction. Okay.
O, nabasahan na po. Tapos, nag-motion for bill for 30 days. Pinayagan ng court.
Yeah. So,
nabasahan na po. Di ba? Dapat kulong na dapat yun.
All right. But anyway, okay. So, under the rules of court, there are procedures followed. So, kung nabasahan na po, the information was read, and then the case has been filed, then the proper motion for bail was submitted for decision, then the judge would have to decide on the appropriateness of the motion na po. Okay? So, pero I know your frustration po eh. So, siguro, if I may segue lang, so that's a typical conventional litigation case po that would, would really be lengthy in process. So siguro, if ADR mechanism were put in place somehow, I'm not saying it's applicable to this situation, then I think mas mare-resolve po ng mabilis ang inyong problema sa barangay nyo po.
If I could just comment on the graft and corruption, diba? Kasi I think that's one of the benefits of ADR. I'm not saying there's none, but in ADR, you choose your neutral. You choose your arbitrator. So you have to be confident na yung ina-appoint ninyo na arbitrator ay malinis, magaling, marunong sa batas, di ba? So it minimizes that kind of impression or perception that your neutral or arbitrator can practice graft and corruption and other similar activities.
just to add na lang, para ma-resolve na rin yung problema ni Sir, baka you can explore court annex mediation po. Ipa-refer na nyo kaagad and doon na nyo pag-usapan po.
Kasi po sir, dadagdagan ko lang po yun, meron tinatawag na court annex mediation sa iba-ibang antas. No? Meron sa baba, meron sa appellate courts natin, meron pa din po. Pero ito pong pinag-uusapan natin ngayon at saka yung sakop po ng OADR ay labas po nung court proceedings. So tayo po ay nasa private mediation. Tama po, right? Okay.
Thank you for that, sir. Last question. Sir.
Good afternoon to the esteemed panelists. I would like to ask the question regarding how can the corporate governance, in particular, be involved with the enforceability clause in the arbitration in such a way that it would not violate the fiduciary relationship with the parent and its subsidiary companies. And secondly, how can institutionalization of the ADR mechanisms would not violate such enforceability with regards to the governance mechanism in place? Thank you.
Who wants to take this question? Enforceability in governance.
Ano pong, just to clarify, sir, ano pong fiduciary mechanisms or corporate governance mechanisms ang you're concerned of being violated in the enforcement of an arbitral or ADR award po?
Since there will be a different fiduciary relationship with regards to the parent and its subsidiary corporation, meaning the doctrine of the piercing of the corporate veil. Thank you.
So is it a matter of the party, kasi usually po, di ba, in an arbitration agreement, whoever is the party to that ADR clause or that arbitration agreement is the one who is party po to the arbitration itself. So are you talking about the situation where there's a subsidiary X who is the party to the arbitration agreement, and when that award, for example, talo si subsidiary X, you don't want that award to be enforced against the parent because that parent is not a party to the arbitration.
And the vice versa.
Ayun, correct. So the default rule would be, no, since arbitration, for example, which is my expertise, is a contractual dispute resolution mechanism, it will only bind the parties to that arbitration agreement. So, ang default po, tama po kayo, it should not cut through or pierce to the parent because that parent is a separate juridical entity and is not a party to that arbitration agreement. Yun po yung number one. Unless po, of course, during the arbitration itself, there might be an argument or a finding of piercing. Pero even then, arguable na paano mo i-enforce against a party na hindi naman pumirma doon sa kontrata. There are mechanisms po, may exceptions where a non-signatory to an arbitration agreement can be looped into an arbitration. For instance po, meron yung tinatawag na group of companies doctrine. Meron yung Dow Chemical case, which is a very famous international commercial arbitration case, which states na kunwari, may group of company, may 10 yan, Dow Chemical France, Dow Chemical AG, Dow Chemical something. They, di ba? Yung isa ang pumirma, isa nag-implement, isa nag-supply, isa yung nag-enforce. Sabi nung arbitral tribunal, ay isang grupo lang kayo. So pwede kayong held liable kahit na iisa lang sa kanila ang sign ng arbitration agreement. That's an exception po, sir. But as a default rule, we abide by the rule on just the mutuality of contracts. It's still a contract, no? Unless meron pong exception na mag-a-apply, it should only bind the subsidiary and not the parent. So yun po yung fiduciary, I think, that you're mentioning. Hopefully that's clear po, sir.
And then on that point, and regarding the fiduciary relationship of the enforceability of the arbitration clause with regard to institutionalized governance mechanism of ADR.
Institutionalized governance, pa-explain po, ano pong institutionalized governance
So we are talking about initially in the panel that there is a need to institutionalize ADR mechanism in various agencies, line agencies, be it in the government or in private sector.
I will defer to Attorney Kiko for the government mechanisms, which is not within my expertise. Attorney Kiko, please.
So, for government agencies, it depends who is the counterparty. If the other party is another government agency, so if it's, let's say, if our client is a government corporation and the other party is another government corporation, it will be the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel who will serve as the hearing panel. And we will be the one to render an award. It's in the context of, it is in the context of Presidential Decree 242, and it's different from your commercial arbitration. And I have to differentiate also if the other party is or if it's between a GOCC and a national government agency, then you will have to refer the dispute to the DOJ, who will serve as or constitute a hearing panel for that dispute. And if it's two NGAs having a dispute, it will have to be resolved by the Office of the Solicitor General. So that's the mechanism for disputes between different government offices, sir.
Thanks for that, Kiko.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. Okay, so thank you everyone. Thank you to our panelists for joining us today. Can we now call on for the certificates?
Thank you very much to our Session 2 speakers and Director Europa for such an insightful discussion. At this point, we wanted to call our Executive Director, Attorney Margaret Raiza D. Andaman, our Deputy Executive Director, Krista Jem M. Santos, and Director Reynalyn Vidalion Varias, Director 3 of the OADR, for us to award our token and certificate of appreciation for the speakers of Session 2. I will be reading the citation. This certificate of appreciation is awarded to Attorney Myra Angeli Gallardo Batumbakal, Attorney Roland Glenn T. Tuazon, Attorney Francis Julius Romeo Dato Del Valle, Attorney J. Patrick R. Santiago, and Dean Amado Paulo C. Di Mayuga for sharing their invaluable expertise as a resource person in Session 2, Corporate ADR Strategies, Managing Risk and Reputation during the National Alternative Dispute Resolution Convention, held on 16 October 2025 at the Centennial Ballroom, the Manila Hotel, Rizal Park, Ermita, City of Manila, given this 16th day of October 2025 in the City of Manila. Signed, Attorney Margaret Raiza D. Andaman, Executive Director 5.
Once again, we would like to thank our Session 2 speakers. Thank you once again to our Session 2 speakers and moderator. Let's give them a round of applause. We also would like to give our utmost gratitude to Attorney John Regalado of the PI-ARB for assisting the OADR in both Sessions 1 and 2. There's also one more question a while ago, Arvin, and we would like to address this. The question goes like this: how does one become an accredited ADR facilitator? What are the steps leading to certification? We ask you, we humbly request that later after our event, you go to our booth. We have the Accreditation Certification Division booth outside. You can ask how you can become one of our ADR facilitators and practitioners. And there were a lot of questions. Actually, we have received questions from Menti. We will just park it a bit because, you know, the time is really very limiting. But then again, we will be requesting you to follow our ADR Week activities, and those questions will be submitted to them so that it will be responded as well. And speaking of ADR Week, you know, Arvin, This is actually my most awaited segment of the NADRC because today we are witnessing a historic moment. For the first time in the history of the Philippines, we are officially celebrating ADR Week. Based on my research, take note, Arvin, I did the research. Similar celebrations have already been held in countries like Hong Kong, India, Malaysia, Australia, and across Europe. And this year, the OADR proudly takes that significant step, collaborating with various agencies to bring to life the very first Philippine ADR Week. So now, to officially launch this milestone event, let us all welcome Attorney Margaret Riza D. Andaman, Executive Director of the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution.
Good afternoon po. Magandang tanghali po sa atin lahat. Buhay pa po ba? Matapang ba ang kapi ng Manila Hotel? Or hindi? Antok na. Ayan. Buong giting at saya kung pinagmamalaki po sa inyong lahat ang kauna-unahang Philippine. Parang mahina yung boses ko, no? Malakas po ba? Naririnig niyo ako? Okay. Ulit po. Rewind. Buong giting ko pong pinagmamalaki ang kauna-unahang Philippine ADR Week. Yan. Nabanggit po ni Rom kanina, ito pong bagay na ito ay ginagawa na sa ibang bansa. Tayo po, for the first time, makikisabay at talagang sasabihin kong sana tayo ang manguna. Yan. This landmark event is the first of its kind. Dalawa kasi nalilito talaga ako. This landmark event is the first of its kind. The numerous esteemed institutions joining forces in a spirit of collaboration and commitment. We extend our deepest gratitude to the following. Ito pong mga institusyonong ito ay personal kong kakilala. Sila po ay sincere sa kanilang advokasya sa pagpapalaganap ng alternative dispute resolution. And tunay, talagang they are tireless in doing so. OADR is very thankful of them. Iisa-isahin ko po. The Philippine Institute of Arbitrators. Nasaan po sila? Pwede po ba tumayo ang mga taga-PARB? Sige na, Attorney Louie. Ayon. Thank you. Ang Conflict Resolution Group Foundation or CORE. Ayan, si Dean Myra. At pag may CORE, meron tayong National Center for Mediation. Si Dean Myra ulit. Ayan. Actually, ever since po, no, trivia, nung ginawa po ang 9285, 21 years ago, ang main proponent po ay ang CORE sa pamumuno ni Ma'am Abaya. At tayo pong lahat at ang OADR ay wala po kung hindi dahil sa kanila. Palakpakan po natin sila. Kanina po, nandito ang IBP. Pag nasabi na ang IBP, ang ADR arm ng IBP, Philippine International Center for Conflict Resolution. Attorney Ian, ayan. Ito, bago po natin itong kasama at talagang malapit po sa puso namin. They're revolutionizing the ADR landscape by having an app, a website. Sa palagay nyo, pagka may kaaway tayong kapitbahay, punta po tayo sa website nila, makikita ang mga accredited practitioners nila. Tinatawagan ko po ang Philippine Dispute Resolution Academy. Academy ba? Academy ba? PIDRA. Dean Taton, tumayo. Yun, there you go. Sorry, dumaldal po ako. At pag napag-uusapan naman po ang arbitration, ang premiadong institusyon ng Pilipinas na kinikilala natin at ng buong mundo, ang Philippine Dispute Resolution Center or PDRCI. Wala, ayaw nila tumayo. Okay, ang ADR po, hindi lamang ito kwentong pang Maynila. Pag bumaba po tayo ng Visayas, meron po tayong arbitration doon. Ito po ay ang Philippine Arbitration Center in the Visayas or PACV. Yan. Napag-usapan din po natin ang mediation, yung community mediator na talagang bumababa sa grassroots at kailangan at kaibigan ng lahat. Ang Mediators Network for Sustainable Peace or MEDNET. Hi, sir. Sa next week po, pararangalan po namin ang pinakamagagaling sa ADR. And we cannot do this without the Rotary Club of Manila. Nandito po ba ang mga taga-Rotary? At syempre, yung mga kaedari natin na mga bata, ayan, tatawagan ko po ang Young Singapore International Arbitration Center. Ayaw umamin nila. And nabanggit ko po kanina, nandito si Attorney Panolong, ang Integrated Bar of the Philippines. Ang magandang balita po ay lahat ng ADR activities sa buong linggo ay libre. Tayo po ay mag-participate at tayo pong suportahan ang bawat institusyon. Pwede po itong online, face-to-face, at meron din pong mga guesting sa radyo. And we are not stopping in Luzon. We are bringing ADR to Mindanao and beyond, ensuring that people from all corners of the Philippines can benefit from this important movement. And now, to symbolically unveil this historic event, it is with great honor that I press the button to officially launch the Philippine ADR Week. Ayan, green na.
Thank you very much, Edie Marge, for that official launch of this very first time in the Philippines. The ADR will be celebrated for an entire week from today until October 24 with various partner agencies. Well, to provide us, Rome, with a more insightful look at the activities for the ADR week, first, let's call on stage Senior Vice President for Planning and Policy, National Center on Mediation, and Director for Advocacy and Partnership, the Conflict Resolution Group Foundation Incorporated, Attorney Myra Angeli Gallardo Batumbakal.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Ako na naman po. Sana po hindi pa kayo nagsasawa. So let me give this short speech. I promise to keep this brief and sweet, of course. Good afternoon, everyone. In behalf of the National Center for Mediation and the Conflict Resolution Group, I thank the DOJ OADR for inviting us in today's momentous event. Every year, we eagerly anticipate participation in the OADR Week as ADR advocates from all corners of the Republic gather together to share best practices, align our organization's mission and vision, share our triumphs and challenges, and celebrate how far we have all gone. Today, we congratulate the OADR under the able and vibrant leadership of ED Marge Andaman for its tireless efforts in familiarizing the public with ADR, forming partnerships with government and private entities, forging memorandum of agreement and memorandum of understanding with allies in the ADR community, and for elevating the consciousness of the public vis-a-vis ADR. The OADR directors, staff, and personnel, all inspired by their chief executive, discover expanded reach of its mandate in advancing its advocacy. OADR and CORE have had a long-standing professional relationship. Now, allow me to briefly go down the memory lane and share with the Gen Z and Gen X and those before and in between them how this special relationship came about. In the late 1990s, the late Professor Annabel Abaya, founder of CORE, pushed for the passage of the law relating to mediation. She had friends from the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or the PCCI, who supported her vision of institutionalizing mediation as a mode of conflict resolution. Learned members of PCCI knew that disputes would significantly impact businesses negatively. They knew for a fact that intra and intercorporate conflicts would lessen productivity and challenge sustainability of thriving businesses. Hence, CORE and NCM forged a formidable bond in the pursuit of having a law on ADR, specifically on mediation. Hence, in 2004, the ADR law was passed. Ms. Abaya and her friends then, through the Office of the President Affairs Program, or OPAP, brainstormed on the jurisdiction and functions of the soon-to-be-established OADR. Thereafter, in 2006, correct me if I'm wrong, ma'am, the OADR was finally born. From then on, CORE and OADR had worked side by side in promoting ADR, specifically mediation. In 2011, 9 convener groups of PCCI came together and created the National Center for Mediation. Since then, there has been a triumvirate among CORE, NCM, and OADR. And they have been working closely together in advancing this advocacy. It now brings us joy to witness OADR flourishing and being at its very best. We cannot but be proud of OADR's accomplishments. With OADR now having its own office, plantilla, and its advisory council, both formal and informal, we foresee that your good office will reach much greater heights with a dynamic leadership, robust and vibrant directors, officials and administrative staff and personnel. You will all be relentless in coming up with creative and productive activities that will promote ADR. ED Marge, CORE and NCM support you and your efforts in strengthening ADR. We sincerely hope that your good office will continue bringing ADR to the hearts of all Filipinos, and that your office continue
to promote and support all APOs, APOs, or accredited provider organizations. So we can collaborate with one another, keeping each other's best interests in mind and making our ADR community limitless and unstoppable. May our good Lord continue to shower you and your office with untold abundant blessings. Good afternoon to all at marami pong salamat sa inyong pakikinig. Salamat po.
Once again, thank you very much, Attorney Gallardo Batungbakal. Bigyan po natin na masigabong palakpakan muli. Next up, we have Attorney Rogelio C. Nicandro, the President of the Philippine Dispute Resolution Center, Incorporated.
Good afternoon. Well, we now have, as announced by Ms. Andaman, the first ADR week. And we look forward to celebrating this every year from now on. The history of our organization, which is the Philippine Dispute Resolution Center, is closely interlinked to the development of arbitration in the Philippines. We started off, as many of you know, as a committee of the PCCI, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We were a committee on ADR, and that was in 1994 and 1995. And we had about once a quarter meeting, and we would have some prominent guests in our meetings, sometimes like I remember the late Justice Florentino Feliciano, who is really was pushing for arbitration in the Philippines. Among our members then was Dean Do de Los Angeles, Dean of the Ateneo College of Law, and of course also Dean Custodio Jing Parlade. But Dean Do was appointed as the first president of PSE, the Philippine Stock Exchange, and so he left arbitration, and Jing Parlade continued the efforts. And in 1996, through largely his efforts, we were able to organize the PDRC. Well, initially, we just had a handful of cases involving a few million. But then we have grown to the present with about 20 to 25 cases. And we also had about 5 to 10 ad hoc cases, which is supervised by the PDRC. And the amounts have increased to a few billions of pesos. But compared to our counterpart organizations like the Singapore International Arbitration Center and the Hong Kong International Arbitration Center, we still have a lot of catching up to do. Well, we have invited prominent international experts on arbitration. And last year was a banner year for us. We had, as our first international expert, Makane Mbos, I can't remember his last name, but anyway, he was a real expert in investment arbitration, which is very big internationally. He had two masters in law degrees, and also was a doctor of philosophy, writer of many books. And he delivered such an impressive talk about investment arbitration, where he was an expert. And then we had the second one was Marcin Chepelak, who was the Secretary General of the Permanent Court of Arbitration, the PCA. And he was actually the head of the PCA. And we had a memorandum of agreement. We actually called it a cooperation agreement with the with them, and they have recognized our ability to conduct international arbitration, and they have named us, the PDRC, as a venue for international arbitration in the Philippines. So the case like the Philippines versus China arbitration regarding the South China Sea, something like that, some arbitration case like that can now be held in the Philippines through our organization, the PDRC. And then the third guest we had was Mark Thovenin, who was the Secretary General of the Hague Academy of International Law. And again, he was also an expert, and we learned a lot about arbitration from him. Well, we also conduct CATS, which is Commercial Arbitration Training Seminars, twice a year, second month of the year, and then the last month. And we have very fresh, young graduates, very eager and enthusiastic graduates. And so when I think of the future of arbitration, and the PDRCI also, PDRC, I look back to these young arbitrators. I remember attending their graduation lunch last June, and I think they are the future of arbitration in the Philippines. And I hope that they will be true to our ideals of arbitration in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Rogelio C. Nicandro, the President of the Philippine Dispute Resolution Center, Incorporated. And at this juncture, we will now be hearing from the Acting Director General of the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, Attorney Nathaniel S. Arevalo.
Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. First of all, I would like to congratulate the OADR para po sa matagumpay na paglulunsad ng ADR Week. Saludo po kami sa inyo. I am deeply honored to represent the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines at the National Alternative Dispute Resolution Week. It is a privilege to join you at the 2025 National Alternative Dispute Resolution Convention with the theme Talk, Resolve, and Reconnect, Strengthening Relationships to ADR. This gathering, organized by the Office of the Alternative Dispute Resolution under the Department of Justice, brings together partners across sectors to affirm our shared commitment to accessible and efficient conflict resolution. And allow me to acknowledge the inspiring leadership of Attorney Margaret Raisa de Andaman, the Executive Director of the OADR, whose vision continues to expand the reach and impact of ADR in the Philippines. I extend my warmest greetings and sincere congratulations to the Department of Justice and the OADR for leading this important initiative. This event marks a milestone in our collective effort to strengthen access to justice and to build a culture of cooperation and dialogue across the country. As Acting Director General, I reaffirm IPOPhil's commitment to promoting and expanding ADR and take great pride for being the first government agency accredited by the OADR as an alternative dispute resolution provider. In conferring this recognition, the OADR cited IPOPhil for its invaluable contribution to promoting and institutionalizing ADR within the public sector, demonstrating how mediation can be successfully embedded in government processes to resolve disputes efficiently, fairly, and with integrity. We have come a long way from 2010 when I, then as Director of the Bureau of Legal Affairs, joined the team along with my former colleagues organized by former Director General Andrew S. Ong, now the Director in the World Intellectual Property Organization, or WIPO, together with one of our mediators, the esteemed Ms. Bilmi Kipit, in crafting and implementing the ADR program in the IPOPhil. In 2014, IPOPhil started engagement with WIPO in the area of ADR with a memorandum of understanding that is still in effect today. And the success we had in ADR is recognized not only within the ASEAN region but also worldwide. We are so effective that even the European Union Intellectual Property Office requested IPOPhil to help them set up their ADR office. And much of these accomplishments, milestones that we had, part of it, or great part of it, we owe to ADR for their inspiration, their mentoring, and continuing sustained collaboration and partnership. Thank you, OADR. And since we institutionalized ADR within IPOPhil, we have seen its positive impact. Each year, more parties choose mediation over litigation. A large percentage of IP disputes refer to mediation and in successful settlements, often faster than litigation. And we have supported inventors, artists, designers, brand owners, and entrepreneurs, particularly those from micro, small, and medium enterprises, in resolving disputes quickly and efficiently. Alternative dispute resolution enable them to devote more time to expanding their businesses and pursuing creative ambitions. And we continue to collaborate with OADR and with the other government agencies, such as the Cooperative Development Authority, private organizations, and MSMEs to make ADR an effective and trusted solution for all. Our goal is to ensure that every entrepreneur can resolve conflicts through dialogue, fairness, and mutual respect, fostering a business environment where innovation and growth can thrive. Together, let us continue to build a culture of fairness, collaboration, and mutual respect. Let this National ADR Week remind us that justice can be sweet, solutions can be creative, and peace can be achieved through understanding. Congratulations once again to the Department of Justice, the OADR, and all our partners and advocates IPOPhil proudly stands with you in advantage ADR as a cornerstone of a just, innovative, and inclusive Philippines. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Attorney Nathaniel S. Arevalo. Let's now hear from Attorney Sixto Jose C. Antonio, the President of the Philippine International Center for Conflict Resolution.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're still okay. First of all, before I start, I'd like to congratulate ED Marge and the whole team, all the directors and officers and staff of OADR. This is really a very momentous occasion because it is the first time we're going to launch National ADR Week. In our Asian neighbors, a lot of countries have already adopted this kind of celebration, which is to promote ADR. And now, through the leadership of ED Marge, we are now doing it here in the Philippines. Let's give them a round of applause. Now, PICCR was actually created by the Integrated Bar of the Philippines sometime in 2018. I was a member of the Board of Governors at the time when we created and adopted the PICCR. But you see, it's not only the IBP that spearheaded the PICCR. We have to give thanks to the private practitioners in the ADR community. It's not only IBP there. It's a collaboration of private practitioners from big law firms, medium-sized, and small law firms that created PICCR. Now, what was the mission or the reason for creating PICCR? The basic mission there is to promote ADR similar to OADR. We want to reach out to as many as we can, lawyers, business groups, business associations, to promote ADR. And we were going to use the national network of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. As you know, there are several regions for which the IBP hierarchy has been divided, and under those regions, there were several chapters. So we wanted to reach out to the lawyers so that they can convince their clients to see ADR as an way of settling their disputes. So that's one aspect. We're going to use also the lawyers to help reach out to the stakeholders. And these are the businessmen in the private sector, from the micro, the small, and the medium-sized businesses. Now, we started in 2019. In 2020 was the pandemic. And the very first official action I had to take was to sign a memorandum of undertaking with the OADR. So that was the very start of the collaboration between PICCR and OADR. From then on, we were collaborating with conferences, lectures, accreditation courses, providing experts to provide information, and we have been collaborating since then. And we thank OADR for giving us that opportunity. Now, in the future, for PICCR, we've been collaborating with international organizations. Why do we do that? We try to pick those best practices that are being employed by other countries. In fact, ADR is now longer limited to just mediation and arbitration. There is the dispute board, dispute adjudication board. So the dispute resolution mechanism is expanding. And in benchmarking also, we try to compare where our country sits insofar as our neighbors are in ADR. So that's why we are willing to share those information with the OADR and collaborate to what we can do to enhance the ADR mechanisms here in our country. For the future, we also want to help in gathering statistical data. Statistical data in the sense of how many cases or how many are we reaching out insofar as ADR mechanisms are concerned. Take a look at the micro, the small, and the medium-sized enterprises. How many of them are resorting to ADR? We have to breach that mindset that litigation is the only way to settle disputes. We have to change that. We have to give them this option of looking at how they can settle their disputes with other people or other businesses. And also, we would like to also collaborate with different organizations in other countries because we want to tell them that we are here practicing ADR also. We are here and we will collaborate with them in a global effort to push ADR to as wide population as we can reach. Now, in closing, please allow me to quote Deputy Executive Director Krista Gem M. Santos when she said, "We are still writing the narrative on ADR. For the PICCR, let's hold hands and work the narrative for the future of our country." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Sixto Cesis Antonton. And to deliver his message, we have the President of the Philippine Institute of Arbitrators, Attorney General Jared B. Amoroso.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by saying that I am joined by several members and officers of the Philippine Institute of Arbitrators as well. I am here with our chairman, Julius Anthony Omila, our trustees, John Regalado, Ian Malilong, Attorney Marilisa Calao, Jay Santiago, and Attorney Dada Ongkiko Acorda, our members who are scattered across the different tables. Maybe a show of hands naman for me to know kung nandiyan kayo. So we are the Philippine Institute of Arbitrators, and on behalf of the Institute, I am honored to extend our warmest congratulations to the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution on the successful run of today's National ADR Convention and the first ever Philippine ADR Week. Palakpakan po natin. We congratulate and commend the exemplary leadership of ED Margaret Riza Andaman, ED Marge, and Deputy Executive Director Krista Santos. The entire OADR team who tirelessly worked to bring ADR to all corners of the Philippines. Maraming salamat po. We truly appreciate all your effort. We also thank the many organizations, our friends in the ADR community, their respective officers and members, the members of our ADR organizations, for frankly taking a leap of faith and giving the idea of a Philippine ADR Week a chance. Our collective efforts have made this historic week possible and, more importantly, meaningful. The Philippine ADR Week is more than a series of events. It is a celebration of inclusivity, of collaboration, and it is a showing of our shared commitment to alternative dispute resolution. But also, it is a series of events, independently organized events, each with its own focus, own community, each with its own voice. The Philippine ADR Week, in many ways, is a reflection of a vibrant ADR environment, one that is based and respects and upholds party autonomy, a principle that we all champion. More importantly, the ADR Week is a statement to the international community that Philippine ADR is thriving, it has grown, it has matured, and it continues to evolve. It is a statement from all of us that we are not just keeping pace, we are helping shape the future of dispute resolution in the region. I would like to take this moment to thank the dedicated volunteers of the Philippine Institute of Arbitrators and of many of our organizations here. For the Philippine Institute of Arbitrators, this is now our 18th year of promoting private dispute resolution in the country through education, activities that are geared towards capacity building, and a lot of advocacy. PIARB is and will remain to be a neutral in the ADR community. We commit to always be there for the OADR, the different ADR organizations, and for the Filipino people in general. As I close, I am always reminded that each of us benefits from the advancement of ADR in the Philippines. Together, we are also the key to its success. It is admirable that we in the ADR community can move forward with unity in purpose and with a shared belief that ADR is not just an alternative, it is a better way of keeping peace. Maraming salamat po, OADR, ED Marge, to everyone here. Good afternoon and congratulations to everyone.
Thank you very much, Attorney General Jared P. Amoroso. The OADR would also like to thank back PIARB for all the support and assistance, especially for the preparation of the ADR Week. Muli po, palakpakan po natin sila. May we now call on the President of the Philippine Institute for Dispute Resolution and Arbitration Incorporated to deliver his message. Ladies and gentlemen, Attorney Dean Rodel A. Taton.
Maraming salamat. Thank you very much. And magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Okay pa ba kayo? Okay, maraming salamat. It is with great pride and optimism that PIDRA, the Philippine Institute of Dispute Resolution and Arbitration, the newest accredited APO in the Philippines, the newest, we would say, modern ADR organization also. And if this is the first ADR week for the Philippines, we are also very proud as a participant. This is our first time to participate in this. So it's a tie, OADR. No? So PIDRA joins the National ADR Day for the very first time. As a young organization with bold vision for ADR and the country, we are honored to stand alongside each of you and with the Office of Alternative Dispute Resolution and of course for the ADR community. Allow me to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the OADR team, led of course by the dynamic Executive Director, Attorney Margaret Riza Andaman. Maraming salamat po kahit na nagkamali ka kanina sa pagsabi ng aming pangalan. Pero it's okay kasi first time nyo naman kami nakita in a public program like this for the OADR. Of course, for the OADR and of course to ED, your energy, innovation, and tireless commitment continue to inspire us. Kung meron man dito na taga-push ng PIDRA, ED Andaman is one of them. And we want to push for the best ADR in the country together with each of you. And of course, ako, special thanks and special shout out to the OADR family, to the HEI, Higher Education Institution Training Group, to the KP team, to the lahat ng team dito, nandito na ako sa OADR. Minsan, nakakalimutan ko or naisip ko na baka talagang nakaplantilya na ako dito sa OADR, pero I'm not. But you know that ganun po tayo dapat ka-engaging with the ADR community in the country. So to all the ADR practitioners and stakeholders, mabuhay po tayong lahat. Your work, our work, is truly building the nation in its truest form. As President of the Philippine Institute of Dispute Resolution and Arbitration, I stand before you as the new kid on the block. Mukha lang matanda, pero we are the new kid on the block. We are still refining our roadmap, but we are moving, and we are a work in progress. Just this, our ADR app, our mobile app, which would be available via Android and iOS, malapit na. We just did not reach a working prototype designed with usability, confidentiality, and user-friendliness at its core. But all modules have been verified and passed QA testing. This confirms that our system is stable, functional, and ready. Ready na ba kayo for PIDRA? Malapit na. Kasi hinihintay namin yung approval na lang ng Apple, but hopefully within the month or the first week or second, depende. So it's a small step, but a meaningful one for the country, if this would be the first mobile app in the Philippines. It's something that we recognize as well as a challenge, but entering this field with so much experts, and you know that this field of ADR is full of active organizations and advocates. We are so thankful and proud. And you know that we also see the many gaps and opportunities and the urgent need to democratize access to dispute resolution in the country. And much remains to be done, and we are all ready to help. PIDRA is new, but we can make things happen. We all can make things happen for ADR in the country. Maraming salamat po, and may this celebration of ADR continue to inspire action, collaboration, and hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean Rodel A. Taton. Actually, he's really very generous. He's gonna give out 3 of his books. So So let me just tell you this newest publication only released today by Central Books, authored by our, sabi niya nga plantilla na yata namin, consistent RP on mediation and even on katarungang pambarangay law, Dean Rodel A. Taton, entitled The State of Mediation, Addressed, Framework, and Praxis in the Philippines, with foreword from our Executive Director, Margaret Raiza Andaman. So who are the lucky winners? So for those who will be receiving the book, this is randomly selected. You can just claim it in the booth of Pidra outside. So the first winner of the book is from Manila Barangay Bureau. So a representative from Manila Barangay Bureau can just claim it. Palakpakan po natin siya. Next is from Bureau of Immigration, Mendanilia Angelica Luz. Andito po ba siya? Congratulations. And lastly, from Placido Law, Placido Marilyn L. Ayan, palakpakan po natin sila. So you can just claim your books po in the Pedra booth outside.
Again, thank you very much, Dean Taton, for this. And Rome, now we now have the corporate secretary of the Philippine Arbitration Center in the Visayas to deliver their message. It's Ms. Sofia Mangao.
Maayong aga, maayong hapon, maayong adlaw sa aton nga tanan. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Maria Renee Sofia Mangao, the current corporate secretary of PACV. PACV is based in Iloilo, and we're outside of Manila, and the only accredited institution of the OADR outside of Manila. So, to our esteemed guests, especially to our ever-dynamic and supportive attorney, Margaret Raiza D. Andaman, and to all our distinguished guests from the government. So, good afternoon. I'm very happy and that I was able to again take part from this meaningful and fruitful event. To me, this gathering is more than an annual event. It serves as a powerful reminder of our collective advocacy to innovate, to elevate standards, and to continually improve the mechanisms by which disputes is resolved. So marami pong first ngayong year sa field of arbitration. To us, PACV, I am honored to share to all of you that we pulled off the first ever Western Visayas arbitration and dispute Resolution Forum 2025. And the OADR has been very supportive of our forum. So palakpakan naman po for OADR. So with this, the PACV as an institution duly accredited by OADR with immense pride and honor extend as well our full and unwavering support of this year's National Arbitration and Dispute Resolution Convention. So PACV, in support and participation as well of the celebration of our ADR week, we invite everyone to join PACV Spotlight, Terrace, and the use of AI in arbitration on October 18, 2025. So lastly, again, on behalf of Philippine Arbitration Center in the Visayas, our President, Attorney Jonar Pueblo, and our Executive Director, Stephen Alexis Benedicto, I would like to express our deepest gratitude and sincere appreciation for the overwhelming support extended by OADR and the other partner institutions as we move forward and continue to advocate for ADR not only in the Visayas, but in the whole Philippines. So everyone, thank you, and may all work towards a future where collaboration and peaceful resolution triumph over conflict. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sofia Mangao. This time, we also have the Executive Director for the Mediators Network for Sustainable Peace Incorporated to deliver his message. Everyone, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Jean Robert O. Ko.
Sige. Hello. So, good afternoon, everyone. Actually, this is a very challenging task to be put in around 6 out of the 7 people to deliver a message towards the end of the program. But anyway, let me greet everyone with congratulations, especially with the celebration of this convention and the launch of the ADR Week. So it says with the theme, Talk, Resolve, and Reconnect. No? So very powerful title, very meaningful for everyone. And MedNet, or the Mediators Network for Sustainable Peace, Incorporated, through its Board of Trustees, led by Attorney Alan V. Barcena, extends its sincere appreciation for the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution, OADR, for organizing this very important gathering and for inviting familiar partners and advocates in the ADR community. For over 2 decades, MedNet has worked with communities by training potential mediators and creating or strengthening community-based conflict resolution mechanisms. Oftentimes, surviving on the hospitality of our community partners. Yan. Madalas po naming ma-experience when working in the ground, Sir, wala po kaming budget. O sige, kape na lang. Yung kopi ko. So that's how MedNet has worked for many years. From 2022 to this year, with the generous support of our partners, Miserior, and the United Nations Office for Project Services, or UNOPS, our initiatives have reached beyond NCR, where MedNet's office is located. We were able to reach the Negros Island region, NIR, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao, or BARM, Bukidnon, and Davao. We were able to encourage and empower local leaders, mostly women, to serve as trained negotiators and mediators in their barangays and communities. Hindi po madali yung trabaho, no? So, as living as a civil society organization, we are always challenged by limited budgets, especially as the world is also changing its political landscape. No? So our partners are also informing us that unfortunately, with the shift of power and leadership in their respective governments, there's also a less prioritization when it comes to peace building in general. And we all know that ADR is part of that, no? So, under peace building categories. So with that, we are really striving for more effort and looking for more partners in doing our work. And this is a very good opportunity also to get to know people in the work, especially if there are partners out there who would like to work with us in the communities.
let us talk. Usap tayo. Ayan. So nag-plug pa po, no? Ayan. So, of course, we will be using any platform that we can to gain support. So mag-advertise na lang din po kami. So on October 23, MedNet will share documented cases from the regions that I mentioned, focusing on land use disputes and issues affecting women and families. So marami po sa cases na aming ipepresent ay documented with the help of our trainees from the barangay, from the indigenous peoples, and all of those local mechanisms that we know of in the community. So kanina po, I think there are at least 2 punong barangays who are here, or at least their representatives. And on October 24, together with our larger network, which is the Philippine Miserior Partnerships Incorporated, composed of around 200 NGOs, but focusing on the national cluster, we will be exchanging experiences and challenges in advancing ADR across different sectors and advocacies. Moving forward, MedNet will continue to promote community-based mechanisms that complement existing systems, including the Katarungang Pabarangay, facilitated by the Lupong Tagapamayapa. And our overall goal is to make these mechanisms more accessible, responsive, and rooted in our local culture. Because we know a lot of our mediation or ADR frameworks are still based on Western countries. So we want to develop more frameworks or mechanisms that are rooted in Filipino culture. Okay? And we must do this together. No? So the earlier speakers already mentioned, sabi ko nga, the speakers today are really very, very full of wisdom and intelligence. Sabi ko, nakuhaan ako ng punchline. Sabi kasi nila, di ba, let's try to change the A in the ADR. And I will also say the same, that we must make the A in the ADR more than just alternative. That A, for us in MedNet, should also mean action, accessible, and accountable. So why action? Because we want conflicts in the community especially to be resolved amicably and swiftly. So when talking about the earlier talking points, we focused on the corporate side of things, but when we talk about communities, talk about everyday disputes, these are also very equally important matters to resolve. And actually, this is we are talking about the larger population and thus the higher potential to really clog the courts, especially if all of them becomes, develops the habit of just filing cases every now and then. Number 2 is accessible, because we believe that justice must be available to everyone, regardless of social status or resources. Yan po yung binabahagi namin kanina. Sometimes when we do mediation work, we don't really turn away people. Okay, wala silang pambayad. Let's just let them be. But we try to negotiate. Okay, then what can be done with the limited resources? Okay, and there are many times that the community has been able to share in many things like, okay, wala po kaming pang-hotel sa inyo. Pwede bang i-host na lang namin kayo in one of the our community members? Yan. So those are the things that happen. And it's really a very special experience for all of our mediators and mentors as well. And lastly, we want the A in ADR to be also accountable. Accountable because we want to continue to train competent mediators and ADR practitioners who uphold the integrity of the profession. we want to create sound and sustainable solutions to conflicts. No? So in the language of the Katarungan Pabarangay, di ba, we don't stop at when people just sign the papers or the agreements. We want them to comply with the agreements. And that's what I can say, the more challenging parts of conflict resolution. And we want to be accountable because we don't want to present or to let them select their mediators in a pool that is not trained or competent. It reduces the integrity of everyone, right? Diba? Kapag ano po ang pakiramdam kapag ikaw ay nakatagpo ng mediator na parang hindi niya alam yung kanyang ginagawa, diba? So it reduces the trust. Yan. So okay. So that's I think that's for our message. We congratulate the OADR, the beautiful Attorney Margaret Raisa Di Andaman, and all of her staff and team. Suki na rin po kami sa inyo. We're really very grateful and thankful for all of those opportunities. I know marami pa po tayong pagsasamahan in the coming times. I hope this is not the last, definitely. Yan. So I'll just end my message there. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Again, a round of applause for Mr. John Robert Ko. Thank you very much, sir. And last but definitely not the least, we have a video message from the Chief Executive Officer of the Singapore International Arbitration Center, Ms. Gloria Lim.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, I'm delighted to address you on the occasion of the National ADR Convention at the opening of ADR Week 2025. On behalf of SIAC, I extend my warmest congratulations to the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution, OADR, for successfully organizing this year's ADR Week, and to thank you for the kind invitation to convey this message of support. SIAC is happy to have OADR as a valued partner under our Memorandum of Understanding, which was signed earlier this year. This partnership embodies our shared commitment to promote international arbitration as a trusted way to resolve cross-border disputes. It also highlights our mutual goal of building greater awareness, capacity, and confidence in arbitration in the Philippines. The leadership and dedication of OADR have been instrumental in building a vibrant and professional ADR community and in promoting the use of arbitration and other dispute resolution methods in the Philippines. These efforts don't just make justice more accessible, they also help create a more business-friendly environment that encourages growth and trust. SIAC is deeply grateful for our long-standing engagement with our valued users, partners, and friends here in the Philippines, as well as the trust and confidence our users here and worldwide continue to place in us. We are committed to supporting the growth of arbitration in this region and look forward to strengthening our partnership with OADR through joint training programs, knowledge sharing, and the promotion of international best practices in arbitration. Once again, I extend my sincere congratulations to the OADR for convening this ADR Week and National ADR Convention, and for your sustained efforts to advance the practice and understanding of arbitration. We commend your vision and leadership. Thank you, and I wish all participants a productive and inspiring convention and ADR Week ahead.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gloria Lim. We would like to humbly request once again the speakers we had a while ago, our partners for this ADR Week, Attorney Myra Angeli Gallardo Batong Bakal, to please stay on the stage for a photo op. Also, Attorney Rogelio C. Nicandro, Attorney Nathaniel S. Arevalo, Attorney Sixto Jose C. Antonio, Attorney Dranel Jared P. Amoroso, Dean Rodel A. Taton, Ms. Sofia Mangao, and Mr. John Robert Ko. Also, we would like to request from the OADR, our Executive Director, Margaret Riza Andaman, Deputy Executive Director, Krista Jem Santos, Director Reynalyn Vidalian Varias, and Director Zenith Europa on stage for a photo op, please. We also would like to request the other members of the said organizations to join them on the stage, please, for a photo op. From the National Center on Mediation, Conflict Resolution Group Foundation Group,
Philippine Dispute Resolution Center Incorporated,
IPOFIL,
Philippine International Center for Conflict Resolution,
PIARB, PIDRA,
Philippine Arbitration Center in the Visayas,
and MedNet. Are you here? May we invite you, please, to also join us on stage for a photo op? They're here. Come on. Please join our executive director as well. Thank you very much. Happy ADR week indeed.
And you know what, Rome? All those activities in the ADR week are absolutely free and everyone can join, especially our friends tuning in and online. We truly hope that by next year, even more agencies will take part in the 2026 ADR week. But for now, let's make the most of this year's celebration. ADR week activity is happening not only here. Even if you are from Butuan or Region 13, you can still join the ADR Roadshow. And let me tell you, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I'm going to be part of it, the ADR Roadshow, the last leg in Butuan City. So hopefully, we can see some of the persons here. Probably they'll be attending, but definitely OADR will be reaching Region 13 in Butuan.
And Rome, as we near the end of this meaningful day,
tapos na?
lapit na. We extend our heartfelt thanks to all our partners, speakers, and participants for making this convention a success.
As the famous line goes, I guess, Arvin, I've been using this line for 3 years now, but this is really true. All good things must come to an end. And so, to formally close today's program, we would like to call on the Director of the Training, Accreditation, and Promotion Service of the OADR, Director Reynalyn Vidalian Varias, to deliver the closing remarks.
Isang tagumpay na araw po sa ating lahat. Palakpakan po ninyo ang inyong mga sarili. Yan. Maraming salamat po sa pagsuporta at pagpunta po sa National ADR Convention. To our distinguished guests, colleagues, partners in the public and private sectors, and fellow advocates of peace and dialogue, as we bring this year's National Alternative Dispute Resolution Convention to a close, I stand before you with a heart filled with gratitude and hope. Gratitude for the wisdom and insights that have been shared, and hope for what lies ahead as we continue to advance the cause of ADR in the Philippines. Beyond being a professional gathering, this convention has been a celebration of our shared vision that disputes are not merely battles to be won or lost, but opportunities for understanding, healing, and transformation. Over the past hours, under the theme Talk, Resolve, and Reconnect, Strengthening Relationships Through ADR, we have heard insightful discussions on the vital role of ADR on our justice system. We have learned from experts and colleagues who shared their knowledge on mediation, arbitration, conciliation, and other ADR mechanisms. Most importantly, we have engaged in conversations that challenge our assumptions, broaden our perspectives, and strengthen our resolve to practice ADR in our respective fields. This year's convention is made even more meaningful as it coincides with the launch of the first ever ADR Week in the Philippines. For the first time, agencies and organizations from across sectors have joined hands to conduct ADR-related activities nationwide. It is a living demonstration of collaboration, unity, and a shared belief that ADR has a vital role in nation building. Allow me to acknowledge those who made this possible. Of course, to our government partners, thank you for embedding ADR into policies and programs, showing how it can strengthen institutions and improve public service. To our partners in business and industry, thank you for proving that ADR fosters fairness and cooperation in commerce. To the academe, thank you for nurturing the next generation of ADR advocates and ensuring that this culture of peace will endure. And to our participants and delegates, your presence here shows that ADR is not merely a concept, but a growing movement embraced by Filipinos. As we close this convention, let us not think of this as an ending, but as a beginning. The true measure of our gathering lies not only in the speeches and sessions that we attended, but in the actions we take after we leave this hall. How we integrate ADR into our institutions, promote it into our communities, and practice it in our daily lives. Let us remember that ADR, at its core, is a value system. It is about choosing dialogue over discord, resolution over escalation, and reconnection over division. It is about ensuring that justice is not delayed, not distant, and not destructive, but swift, accessible, and humane. May we continue to nurture ADR in our offices, schools, organizations, and communities. May we be bridges of understanding and instruments of peace. And may we carry forward the spirit of this convention with the resolve to make ADR not simply an alternative, but a way of life for the Filipino people. Let us go forward, inspired, united, and committed to talk, resolve, and reconnect, not only for ourselves, but for the future of our nation. Maraming salamat po, and I wish you all a safe journey home. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Director Rain, for the closing remarks. Again, please give her a round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to cap off our celebration, please watch this same-day edit video highlighting today's event. Please watch this.
It is truly an honor to be here with all of you as we open not only this convention, but also the very first Alternative Dispute Resolution Week in the Philippines. Today, October 16, the third Thursday of October, we call that the Conflict Resolution Day. And here we celebrate it. For the first time this year, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the global movement, a celebration of dialogue, peace, and justice.
We look forward to the development and implementation of ADR systems across the government sectors. A future where ADR is not just an option, but a cornerstone of access to justice for every Filipino.
May this convention remind all of us that the Philippines can find its greatest strength in unity, in our commitment to fairness, compassion, and the common good. Because when we choose dialogue over division and integrity over indifference, we honor not only our profession, but our country.
In a time when differences often lead to division, ADR stands as a quiet but powerful force for peace building.
Together, talk, resolve, reconnect. We strengthen relationships through ADR.
Dialogue heals, resolution restores, conciliation promotes livable communities.
I commend the OADR for its leadership in advancing a culture of ADR in both the public and private sectors, and for bringing together a community of practitioners who believe that peace and justice can and must coexist.
Each time you bring people together, you strengthen the foundation of trust in our communities. ADR has always been part of who we are as Filipinos, part of our tradition, part of our culture.
Sa panahon ngayon, where conflict is loud, let us be the quiet force of peace. Where pride pushes people apart, let us be the bridge. And where the world demands choose a side, let ADR be the voice that says, choose resolution.
It is with great honor that I press the button to officially launch the Philippine ADR Week.
We have always known how to come together, to listen and to understand. ADR po is not only about resolving cases. It is about remembering before we are opponents, we are people. We are bound by the same hopes, same fears, and same future. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Happy National ADR Day to all of us.
That was an amazing video, right, Arvin?
That was amazing.
Yes. Oh, by the way, of course, before you leave, I know you would want to receive your certificates, so we are flashing on the screen the QR code for our post-evaluation survey. Help us to also improve our programs and activities. So share your thoughts about our event for today. Well, Arvin, this convention will surely be one for the books. It has been an incredible day of knowledge sharing, networking, and meaningful collaboration.
That's right, Rome. And once again, we would like to thank our speakers, Attorney Christine and Director Europa, our moderators, our partners, exhibitors, and guests of honor, and most especially PIARB, for partnering with us in this event. Each of you has added immense value to this convention.
A special thank you as well to all our partner organizations for their unwavering support. Without your commitment, this event would not have been possible. We also would like to thank DOT, IBP, and all of our partners, CORE, NCM, MedNet, PIDRA, PACV, PDRC, PICCR, IBP, YCIAC, C and Partners, Gulapa Law, RCM, IPO, Phil, and Singapore International Arbitration Center. Also, PIARB. But most of all, let us acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the entire event committee and the solidarity shown by the OADR family. Palakpakan po ninyo ang mga tao sa OADR na nagpagod para dito. Lalong-lalo na po ang Public Information and Promotion Division. Palakpakan po natin ang PIPD. Maraming salamat po. Your tireless efforts behind the scenes made this convention a seamless and truly enriching experience for everyone.
The success of the National ADR Convention is a testament to the strength and unity of our ADR community. But remember, this is just the beginning of the first ever Philippine ADR Week 2025. Safe travels to everyone, and we look forward to seeing you again at our future events.
After the program, we are going to request all the OADR personnel to come in front of the stage so that we can have our group photo. Okay, so we have been your hosts. I'm Rom Aniceto.
And I'm Arvin Songkog.
It has been our pleasure to guide you throughout the convention. See you next year. Maraming salamat po. Thank you so much sa Maynila. For those people who are in Maynila, maraming salamat. OADR personnel, come in front please. We'll be having our photo op. Congratulations to everyone. Ingat po kayo. Safe travels.
celebrate. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here, a celebration.